welcome everybody to our February special executive meeting today at the Luttrell Room, County Hall. It's only executive lead members present in the room that are taking decisions at this meeting. Others in attendance are there to provide advice. There are no planned fire drills today. In the event of a fire alarm, please follow the fire exit signs and congregate in the car park. If anybody present might need assistance to exit the building, please let the Democratic Services team know. The agenda and papers have been published on the Council's website and in advance of the meeting, and the Council recognises the importance of striking the balance between providing opportunities for the lawful expression of views and any unacceptable behaviours or actions that cause disruption which can lead to our meetings being adjourned. The Council will be making a recording of this meeting and it will be published in due course. Can I also highlight today that the meeting is using a hybrid format. So there are lead members and key officers are physically present here in the Luttrell Room in County Hall in Taunton. Other elected members and officials are physically or remotely joining us and may speak on specific agenda items, or they might be here just to observe. And the meeting is being broadcast, and therefore other members of the public and partners can observe the meeting remotely. As regards those who are joining us hybrid, please can you only use the chat function for the purposes of this meeting. If you wish to speak, please raise your hand online. If that doesn't work, please just put a comment in the chat and I'll put you on the list. Please only speak at my invitation, and if you could help other people who are online by saying your name before speaking. And if you are not speaking, please turn off your microphone and camera because it helps us with our bandwidth. So we have apologies for absence first on our agenda. I don't have any recorded. Any members have apologies for absence?
Chair, I've seen a message of apologies from Councillor Smith Roberts, who has poorly little ones at home.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other apologies for absence aside from Councillor Smith Roberts? No. Okay. Have we got a hand up? Oh, sorry, Max. I didn't see.
Sorry, I just wanted to let you know that I'm Councillor Mandy Chilcott is stuck in traffic. She'll be there as soon as she can.
Okay, thanks for the update. I'm sure she will get here in due course. Okay, thank you very much.
The stuck in traffic thing, this is not our roads people's faults, but it is a utility company which has got a road closed which is not closed, and it has completely screwed up the west of the county coming into Taunton this morning. Thought you might like to know that.
That is of great interest, and Councillor Wilkins is indicating.
Yeah, could you just send me an email with the location, and I'm sure my team are already on it. Okay, thank you. I'll follow that up.
And I think we all say down with this sort of thing, but Councillor Rigby will join in.
Down with this sort of thing, sir. It was pretty bad coming in this morning. The back lanes are very badly flooded. There is a high voltage cable blown in Staple Grove, so there's emergency works being undertaken by National Grid. They, in cooperation with our Streetworks team, agreed to suspend the works during the morning peak today, and they'll do the same again this evening. So it's not that there's no work going on. They've specifically gone out of their way to remove the work so that we can get the traffic through at peak hour.
Absolutely, but they left the road closed sign up, but nobody's using the road.
It's still not perfect, but you know, we can certainly deal with the issue about the road closed, but we were very heavily involved on social media yesterday trying to get the message out that the road would be closed for most of today and into tomorrow, but that it is open during peak times.
Okay, so we understand from, I'm gathering, Councillor Nicholson, that there's a problem with signage. Right, okay, thank you. Right, Councillor Wilkins, if you pick that up. Excellent. Thank you very much for drawing that to our attention. Declarations of interest. Are there any declarations of interest other than those for city, town and parish councils which are posted on the websites? I'm not seeing any, which moves us on to public question time. We've got 3 public questions that were clearly submitted in time. There's a 4th on which there was a steward's inquiry, and I've decided to use chair's discretion to allow Mr. Priest, former councillor from Sedgemoor, to speak as well, but there won't be a response to that one because we didn't have it in advance. So the first is Mr. Ray Moore with a petition of 5,000 signatures regarding Eastwick Road, and I understand that's supported by Councillor Tom Deacon, the local member. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think I've got Mr. Moore here with me, who might want to. Do you want to say a few words first, and then I can follow you? Yeah, feel free to come up to the microphone.
Are we able to get Mr. Moore to the microphone, or does the microphone get to Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore, thank you for your petition. Would you like to say a few words to support it?
Yes, I would like to support this petition by means of the amount of residents that has signed this, and plus the motorists and haulage people and van delivery people and all the local people at the schools all the way around this particular area. What we would like to see is a 20-mile-an-hour speed limit rather than a 30, and a pedestrian crossings in at least 2 areas, and for children and parents for crossing, and elderly people, and people with mobility scooters, and the general public. And also we've got heavy goods vehicles coming up through. It's like a 12-wheel Arctics and coming up through, and when they're coming up, or when they're coming back down the road, they mount the curb outside my particular place, and they come up over there, and I've been hit 3 times by the wing mirrors, and that, not only by the lorries but by the cars as well. This is an ongoing thing. It's been going on for the last 18 months, and I would like to see some bollards or something, another put there for that, stop them from mounting the curb. But as well as the petition for the pedestrian crossings, it would be an ideal thing for these speed platforms to be put in to help reduce the speed on the chicanes.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you very much. Councillor Deacon, did you want to add?
Yes, please, just very quickly, Chair. Thank you for allowing me to say. I just wanted to thank Mr. Moore and his son as well for all of the work that's gone into putting this petition together with so many signatures to present to you today. I know that they've worked incredibly hard out in the community, speaking to local people and getting people to sign their petition. And myself and Councillor Baker, who have met with the residents on many occasions at our advice surgeries and discussed with them, are in full support of all of the issues that they raised to you as the executive today. They are long-running issues on this stretch of road. They really do need addressing. They are a growing safety concern, particularly with proposed new developments in the Priceword area as well. We really need to take this issue very seriously. I think the requests are totally reasonable from Mr. Moore, and I, as local member, along with Councillor Baker, look forward to working closely with you as the executive to see what we can do collectively to help tackle the problems that Mr. Moore and many residents, I have to say, in Priceword raised with us on the doorstep. So thank you for hearing the petition this morning.
Thank you, Councillor Deacon. It's Councillor Wilkins to respond, but Councillor Wilkins, would you like to go and collect the petition first? And
录制一个给单体电芯线电进行充电的视频。
Councillor Cravis,
我事
you're
先要准备
unmuted.
一个万用表，然后准备一个直流电源。
Thank you. So Councillor Richard Wilkins to respond.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate the work that's gone into this. You know, Somerset Council does commend the efforts that you've put into obtaining, frankly, a huge volume of signatures on these particular issues. We are always happy to investigate concerns raised by the community and have already discussed this location with local council members. Our team will work alongside the town council if they wish to fund investigations and provision of crossings, traffic calming measures and the 20-mile-an-hour speed limits, as we have done in many communities across Somerset. In the specific reference to the footpath outside number 201, we will be installing an additional barrier to address the vehicles mounting the footway at this location. And like I said, thank you very much for the amount of effort and work that you've put into this petition. It's really appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilkins, and we look forward to hearing more about the works that go on there as a consequence. Our next public speaker is Mr. David Orr. David, would you like to come to the microphone if you're able?
It usually pays to listen to one's peers. The recent LGA peer review report has stated, ensuring that there is a clear plan and appropriate corporate capacity in place to support transformation delivery will be key. However, for these technology opportunities to be fully realised, the Council must ensure legacy system integration and harmonisation is equally prioritised. There are examples of services unable to produce statutory reports because they are working on multiple IT systems and relying on poor data quality. Significant investment will need to address these issues and at pace, given the reduction in workforce capacity. Ensuring this work is completed at the earliest opportunity will give the Council the best chance to deliver their ambitions. Design skills are an important capability for any council, and their value is already improving the Council's approach to service and process redesign with adult social care. Consideration should be given to securing design and continuous improvement skills for broader corporate benefit. The year before vesting day should have been used to assess line of business applications, particularly in districts as duplication there was inevitable. On vesting day, you should have a list of applications where you would either transfer to one existing system as best of breed or plan to go to market to commission a new application. 2 years in, on day 665, this not so new council is still implementing one line of business application revs and bends only, which is not an at-pace plan. This work isn't transformation, but is typical business as usual work post the merger of multiple organisations into one. IT is an enabling service and is vital to delivering unitary line of business systems with just one set of processes. Service delivery. There's my battery going. Service delivery. Control. IT is an enabling service and is vital to delivering unitary line of business systems with just one set of processes for efficient service delivery and management control using reliable and consistent data. Efficiency savings through transformation also requires IT to enable. This is ironic, right? IT needs to be given additional capacity and capability on an invest to save basis so they can do the day job, but also consolidate inherited IT systems and enable transformation for efficiency savings. I don't know if that last sentence, adult social care, got this invest to save treatment, so why not IT? There should be sufficient business and process analysis resources within IT and change management resources within the business to create intelligent clients for every system consolidation. Commissioned IT system suppliers should do the bulk of the consolidation work, including legacy data cleansing and loading. Has the consolidation of executive directors ahead of posts being lost and enabling systems being in place created a leadership capacity issue at the top? Should you consider an interim director for transformation with a delivery track record for 1 to 2 years to drive transformation efficiency savings at pace and scale? Every year of delay means more distressed sales of investment assets and/or increased borrowing of at least 40 million a year. Thank you.
Thank you for your questions, Mr. Orr, and I'd like to invite Councillor Theo Butt-Philip as portfolio holder to respond.
Thank you very much. Welcome, David. I missed you and Shepton Mallet yesterday, but it's great that we're together again today. Somerset Council requested the LGA peer review precisely because we wish to hear from and listen to our peers. It is very important that we take advice from the right people, and I believe the peers the LGA sent were very well positioned to advise us. As I've previously stated, the IT element of the transformation programme has been designed to deliver application consolidation. Our programme of IT systems and application consolidation is ongoing, ranging from moving to a single revenues and benefits application, improving the functionality of MS Dynamics, and developing our SAP HR system. Our financial position has meant that the Council has had to work at pace to redesign its structure to support its financial sustainability and continue to deliver services to the residents of Somerset. We have deployed enabling projects using IT system improvements, and AI has been running alongside the workforce transformation programme. I do not believe we should be looking to increase the number of executive directors. However, ensuring sufficient capacity to deliver transformation is a key focus.
Thank you, Councillor Butt-Philip. And we move on to Nigel Bean. Nigel, I believe you're online.
Yeah.
Good morning, Nigel.
Thank you, Chair. Right, this question relates to the recent report by CITFA about, local government fundings. And I'm not going to read the whole thing out, but the quote's quite important. I mean, CITFA's obviously a body that some of your colleagues will be members of. So, as they say, it's deeply concerned by the ongoing reliance on exceptional financial support within the sector, i.e. local government. Its prevalence within the sector, 19 councils approved to receive EFS, with the number likely to rise dramatically covering the next couple of years, means it can no longer be considered exceptional. Covering recurring day-to-day revenue expenditure through capitalisation directions is unsustainable and represents poor financial management, and most significantly, poor value for money to the taxpayer. Our experience with the sector shows that this is leading to increased borrowing and consequently greater instability within the sector, and the government must urgently rethink its current position. And then I'll go on a little bit about the peer review report, which talks about rebuilding trust with staff and demonstrating and recognising their value. And then I'm not going to repeat the end of the question, but as it's before you anyway. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Nigel, for your question. Is Councillor Lyson's going to respond initially?
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Bean, for your question. I think it may have been at audit that I responded to a similar question. Forgive me, there are lots of meetings over these few weeks of this time of year. In specific answer to your last part about forecast underspend could be used to minimise compulsory redundancies and service reductions. So my answer is the forecast underspend for 2024-25 is reducing the amount of budget that has to be taken from council reserves, which were allocated to set a balanced budget for the current financial year. It is essential that we reduce our call on reserves to protect our financial position, as any use of reserves is one-off funding that cannot be replaced in future years. I would like to say, Mr. Bean or Nigel, that do you appreciate your concern for all of your colleagues throughout the council and the work that you do, and also to update the number of councils now in receipt of exceptional financial support. That number is now 30 on the government's website. That was published at the end of last week, at the same time that the Minister wrote to each of those councils receiving EFS. Thank you very much, Chair.
Councillor Buck Philip, I've got you down to respond as well. Are you expecting that, or is that a surprise to you?
I was expecting either Councillor Lyshon or myself to answer, and I think Councillor Lyshon has more than adequately covered everything I might.
Thank you for clarifying. It hadn't been clarified to me, so that was the slight glitch in the system there. And last of all, Mr. Priest, David Priest, if you'd like to come to a microphone. My apologies, because we don't have a question in advance. I don't think there'll be a prepared response, but I think I'm aware of the tone of what you might be about to say.
Councillors, thank you for allowing me to speak today. I understand that through technical issues, you didn't receive my written request to speak and to see what I have. I don't know if you saw what I requested in your packs. I haven't even been told that, whether you received that. Anyway, what I want to say is, anyone who knows me, going back into Sedgemoor District's day, from 2003 to 11, I was very anti and still am unitary. It hasn't worked. It wasn't going to work. The proposals of One Somerset were rubbish. Not your fault. David Fothergill's, my Conservative council. Complete and utter fallacy as how that was going to work. But then the Liberals were elected, and you, unfortunately, followed that same plan, because you had none of your own. So your councillors elected then, 1 year before April the 1st, 2023, those councillors who shadowed the portfolio, you who are sat round the table now, shadowed the existing portfolios. You should have learnt how this Somerset County Council worked, because all that happened was a name change, a rebranding. We didn't know that as residents. That was kept quiet from us. All the agendas were kept quiet. Only parish council meetings were held, not with the public. I, because I was interested, got involved and went to parish councils, not invited, but they couldn't stop me from going in. And the only reason it was to bully the parish councillors and the town councillors into what they would have to accept, that what the unitary were no longer going to fund, that then the parishes and the town councils would have to take on or lose it. And we are now 3 years down the road. That transformation was supposed to cost, if I remember, and my memory's not too bad, £19 million, paying for itself within 3 years. Oh no, 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 no. And now we look now at the proposals next week. 555 redundancies out of 4,555 staff. Half of those staff should have gone before 2023. Now in the press, it's saying they will be going the 1st of April. No, they won't. You haven't got the agreements with the unions yet. Even your own reports here say that we are going to lose essential staff on redundancy without knowing who's going to do those jobs. And then the response from, and within the agenda I read and the formats is, oh, we'll slot people in to those positions. Well, if you're slotting people in, the job isn't redundant. So therefore, those people who are leaving can't get redundancy. Because from what I understood from redundancy, the job had to be redundant, not the person. So I won't say a lot more. You'll hear a lot more from me if I'm allowed to speak next week at the budget meeting. Thank you for your time. Oh, can I just finish with your gentleman here, David? I'd just like to follow on from his comments about IT. We all remember years ago, Southwest One, the back office saving, what it's going to cost and what it was going to save Somerset, what it cost for the contract. What Somerset County Council then had to pay to get out of that contract. I believe it was 2.5 million to get out of that contract. What did it save? 0. You know, it cannot go on any longer. We in Somerset will not put up with it. And when you look at the proposals to link us with Wiltshire, with Dorset, for a super Wessex unitary covering 1.9 million people. At the moment, it's deferred by the Labour government. Thank God. Excuse my profanities. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Priest. We didn't have your comments in advance, so a response will follow in due course. Thank you very much. Mr. Councillor Butt-Philip would like to make a point. I'm sure we could make many, but I'm just mindful of the hour.
Absolutely. I don't want to go into length. I just want to make one point, which is that the figure of 550 redundancies is the number of posts being deleted from the structure, not to be conflated with the number of members of staff who will be leaving the organisation. We are required, both, I believe, legally and morally, to minimise the number of compulsory redundancies, and the number of people who will be given compulsory redundancies is likely to be considerably lower than that.
Indeed, and that's a matter of public record. And just to also clear up the strategic regional devolution point, there is no intention of merging with other councils to create a super unitary. It is a devolution from government powers down to regions. Whether or not you agree with that policy, that is what is happening as a result of the government's initiative on that. But we will move on because we have other items on our agenda. So item 4, we have the executive forward plan. I will table this formally. Are there any comments or questions from lead members? Or associate lead members indeed. Any questions from other members? Not seeing anybody in the room or online. So we are requested to note the formal forward plan, and which we therefore do. So we move on to 5, which is local government ombudsman complaints, which is pages 9 to 48 in the packs. And I'd like to call on Councillor Heather Shearer to introduce, who will then hand over to Claire Winter and Amelia Walker to highlight as officers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Obviously, this is a report that we don't really want to be bringing here, but of course we know that we should. Should I get this a bit closer? Sorry, forgive me. Just as a brief introduction, because the officers have got an awful lot to help to take you through in the actual report itself. But basically, I just wanted to start by saying that I wanted to extend our apologies again to the 2 families and the children who were affected, harmed, in fact, by the cases that are what happened in the cases in the report. And I want to start that way. I also want to say that we, as a service and as a council, particularly as all of us, acknowledge that processes must change in order to prevent these kinds of things happening again. We know that we need to communicate more effectively and in a more timely way, again, to prevent these things and to deliver good service. And of course, we always need to ensure that we are providing resources effectively and efficiently. I think what you'll see in the report that comes is really good detail around how we're intending already working on ways of doing that in order to improve our processes and our systems. So I won't say any more. I think the only other thing, I think the report is really well written and very clear and very helpful. And as I say, looks both backwards at what happened and also, more importantly, what forwards into what we're going to do differently. I just apologise. I wish we'd put a little glossary in, because if you read through the SEND action plan, there are some acronyms in there that people may not know, but I'm sure we can help you as we go through. The report itself, though, is very clear. So thank you very much. I'll pass over to Claire and to Amelia.
Thank you very much, Councillor Shearer. So I would echo what Councillor Shearer says, and on behalf of the service, apologise to the families who've been affected by the deficits in the service. The report, I think, is comprehensive and clear, but I'll hand over to Amelia Walker, who's the Education Service Director, to give the detail to the exec in that matter. Thank you.
Thank you, and at the risk of being repetitive, on behalf of the service, we do offer our sincere apologies, and I think these reports are quite difficult to read, but I think when we have an opportunity like this, it's really important that we scrutinise the plans that we have in place for improvement because we're not complacent. But also that we are very aware that this is taking place in a time of national crisis, and that's the words of other organisations, not ours. So it is a challenging context, but that's not a reason not to make improvements. And I'm very encouraged by the attitude that I'm seeing, not just from our own teams, but from our partners, of a very committed approach to improvement. This is an opportunity to look at the mitigations. And we would appreciate any challenge and scrutiny from the executive to give us assurance that these mitigations look appropriate and well directed to our learning from these complaints. The report draws attention to the overall context. This is a very challenging time for the SENS system, and the responsibility for the improvement of the system rests across many organisations. As well as the council, we have specific responsibilities that we take very seriously. There are also responsibilities for schools, health, the voluntary sector, nurseries, colleges, DFE, Ofsted, and everyone is focusing on this area. I can just draw your attention to paragraph 9. We have focused on specific areas that we believe arise from these complaints and are where we're focusing our mitigating action. We've just heard about the restructuring that is taking place within the council. Part of the restructuring within education will provide a dedicated disputes team. And one of the things we have identified is that capacity to focus in a time of rising demand and challenge is really important, and that when issues with families and with children in schools are complex, this needs a dedicated team to focus on this full time, and that is part of that restructuring proposal and being put in place. We've also identified that our management information systems need improvement. And we are identifying individuals within the service who have experience and have already deployed them to look at this area and to improve our practice. We are working on the relationship with the Ombudsman because the Ombudsman has required that this come forward, but the way that we work with the Ombudsman is important so that when they set actions for us, we do so with a shared understanding that these are complex issues and not easily resolved, that they understand the enablers and the dependencies that we're putting in place to enable change to happen. And they have welcomed that renewed relationship with us and have indicated to us they consider that to be practice that they may wish to extend to other areas. We are looking at the direct payments policy and have identified strong practice in adult services that we wish to adopt, and we are bringing that into alignment as we speak. We have had issues with speech and language therapy. I'm pleased to say that a new contract has been drafted and agreed, is now in place with the health service. And we are looking at the data to understand better need in this area. And we're also investing in our stakeholder relationships and in sharing our understanding of this challenge across the council, because this is a challenge that belongs to all of us. And I'm very grateful to colleagues who have expressed their support and determination to help us crack these problems going forward. So I would welcome any challenge or scrutiny in these plans. We are seeking assurance that these look appropriate mitigations for these complaints.
Thank you very much. And I'm very aware of the context of the national increase in the number of children requiring EHCPs and the numbers locally. I understand we've got 5,672 EHCPs currently. That's a 220% increase over the last 4 years. So it is noticeable the volume that has increased, and I do appreciate the apologies that have come forward from the service. You've rightly drawn our attention to item 9 and the mitigations involved. I wonder whether you were able to give us an indication of timescales for those 6 areas, please.
So you'll appreciate that some of these complaints are long-standing, and therefore the learning has been something that's been taking place for some time. So some of these things, as you said, are already in train. The new team will be in place by the 1st of April, in line with the rest of the restructuring for the council. The management information processes are underway, so that has been happening over the past month, and we will expect that to come in. That is being implemented with the eye to that being in place for the new team to be able to operate from the 1st of April. But some of those improvements are immediate and are already in place. The Ombudsman relationship, we have submitted the Send Action Plan, which is included in your background papers, to the Ombudsman, and we have a commitment to meet with them quarterly. We haven't yet had our first quarterly meeting, but we have. They have sought assurance that that has been adopted by the Send Partnership, which is a multi-agency group, which it has, and we are preparing for that first meeting in the spring term. The direct payments, the time frame for that, we are just seeking the appropriate governance to confirm that that can be formally adopted as the policy within children's services from adults, but obviously that is already a policy that's extant within the council. So the work we're doing is just reviewing with adult services to make sure that it is appropriate for both adults and children's, and if any adjustments need to be made to the policy before formal adoption, we would expect that to take place within the next month to 6 weeks. Speech and language therapy, as I said, that contract is now in place. But we are continuing to work on our understanding of need, and we would expect that to take place over the next spring and summer term of this year. And obviously council-wide ownership, those conversations are ongoing and will continue as part of our collective approach to the challenge.
Thank you. Take comments from other league members. Councillor Wakefield.
Yeah, thank you very much for this. It's interesting. It's sad. It's saddening that it's happened, but in the context of what you're trying to deal with, it's very difficult to treat everybody in the way that they would expect and the way that's expected. But I know that is the way we have to go. We must do that. So reading this and reading what you're saying in these points in item 9, paragraph 9, if I was a member of the public, all I'd be saying is, what assurance is it that I will get told what is happening so that I'm not sitting waiting to hear? Even if the call says, we haven't dealt with your case yet, it's going to be another 2 weeks. It's that communication that really upsets me. It's the same in adult social care with our Care Act assessments. It's the same point. And I just wondered if there's any assurance that you can give us that people will be told what is happening so that they don't get to the end of their tether and feel that nothing is happening. These things take time. I appreciate that these Care Act assessments take time. The assessments that you have to make in these really complicated cases take time, but it's informing the public so that, or the person concerned, so that they know what's happening, which I think is one of the big factors.
Thank you. There's 2 key things that we're working on in this area, and one of them is and we'll all appreciate that in our own lives. Sometimes we just want to be able to check ourselves. And we do have the facility for parents to be able to check on their cases using digital systems. That's going to need a bit of work to make sure that that works well, and that it's always up to date and that parents can use that easily. But that is underutilized. There is potential there. And that is, we all experience that, being able to go onto a website and look up our individual case and check up on that is useful. It's not a substitute, but sometimes you do need to speak to a human being. We are, through the restructure, we are moving the location of our front door for Send, and we're integrating that with the front door for schools, because one of the things we've identified is that where there is a sticky situation and there are frustrations, it's quite often the same communication that we're getting from both the school and the parent, but at the moment we're dealing with them through different routes. So we are bringing those together, and we are increased the capacity and connecting it with our education relationship managers, and some of you will know how positive the impact has been from that team. They will also be taking on responsibility for parent communications. And finally, I think there's something about managing expectations. So one of the things that we are looking at is our initial communication to help parents to understand that even though there is a commitment, and we do our absolute level best to complete an EHCP, an education healthcare plan, within the statutory timescale of 20 weeks, there are very good reasons sometimes where that doesn't happen. And we need to be clearer up front to set that expectation and to be able to communicate to some parents where it's evident early on that they are unlikely to be complete within 20 weeks, that they know that as soon as we do, so that they are not expecting that that plan will be complete within 20 weeks, where it's evident at an early stage that that's not going to happen. So I think managing those expectations is something but we need to change the communications, and we're working on that now.
Can I just say one other thing? I think the other thing is this kind of sense through this that there is certainly in one of the reports kind of loss of opportunity if somebody doesn't get into that school year or that training year because something hasn't happened in time. I've had people from my approaching me about that through MPs, but is that right? I mean, if is the developmental thing right that if you don't have it that year, you can't do it the next year, and it's not going to. I mean, I don't know. Is that going to damage somebody for the rest of their lives that they haven't had that at that developmental stage? I don't know whether it's. I mean, you need to. You obviously will try and get it done in the time to get them in that year, but if it can't be done for whatever reason, and the opportunity is lost, that's the thing that upsets people, isn't it?
I think that's very individual, and it will depend. And I think that's one of the things that the system is wrestling with is every child is unique. Their needs will emerge in a different way that's peculiar to them and wonderful, but different. And we have a school system that is designed, for the most part, to treat everyone the same. And equality is wonderful, but if it results in an ability for that child to reach an education, that's one of the reasons that we're seeing the challenges that we do. So I would say there isn't a universal to that. There may be some children where it's absolutely critical that they have support at a particular time because of where that sits in their transition, for example, that they need to be ready to make the leap to the next school, or because of other things that are going on. But there wouldn't be a hard and fast rule to that. I think the reality is that it's not just in Somerset, but it's nationally, it's internationally, that there has been a huge upswell in distress, particularly from children who are neurodiverse or who have trauma. No one fully understands the reasons for that. What we need to do is we need to become more flexible as a system, and I'm very encouraged that our educational colleagues are on board with that transformation. It will not be easy, and there is no cookie cutter template for this. But actually what we're discovering is you can't treat children like cookies. You've got to see them as an individual, and we need to be flexible enough to do that.
I'm not seeing any other questions from executive members. I did just have one further question from myself, which is to understand what the governance route is for the review of the implementation of the plan. Would that come back to executive, and if so, when and on what timescale? And I'll also add in the question, as I know the chair of Children's Scrutiny is online, is what's the role of scrutiny in that process as well, please?
Thank you. So the SEND action plan is currently reported to every SEND partnership board, which is a multi-agency board. It's also, we've committed to report that regularly to scrutiny as well as to the Ombudsman. And we're also reporting elements of that to the Safer Somerset partnership as a result of the JTI of serious youth violence. So there are a number of stakeholders who have eyes on. As far as the council is concerned, the current work that we are doing is to embed the council related elements of that plan into the new deficit management plan, which is we're getting support from People to draft as we speak. That is on the agenda for the next executive. Sorry, not the immediate one, the April executive for consideration. So all of the council elements of this SEND action plan are coming as part of a broader strategy to the April executive. That's the current governance plan very happy to include in that considerations of ongoing scrutiny.
Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was very glad to see the report, not the reason for the report and not what's happened, but very glad to see the report that we've got. Very happy to hear the integrated way of dealing with this, that it is not sitting out on its own. But I just want to say and reiterate that the action plan here is, thank goodness, an agreed one action plan for the Ombudsman, not lots of them and integrated, but it's a process action plan. And I'm really pleased to see that it lots of greens on it, but that's not the answer. All the other things is what's the, and all the other more integrated things for the partnership board. It's about when do we get the impact? How do we get the impact? And I can absolutely see why it's done the way it is, but I do worry that people who haven't perhaps read or as thoroughly as the people who wrote it will feel, oh, there's a lot of green here, we're all right. We're not. And I just want to emphasize that one again.
I would absolutely echo your point, Francis, and helpful for the reminder. It is important for the executive to know that the action plan is an activity plan. It's not an impact plan. And one of the things that we are working on with the SEND partnership is to put in a connection between the activity and the impact, so that we understand that the activities we're undertaking will and are having the impact that we need. This is tricky, and that work is ongoing. But financial impact is important. Impact on children's experience is important. Impact on children receiving the education that they require is important. It's tricky to connect these things, but that still must be done. And we do have a lot of data. It just needs to be connected. So we are also keen to make sure that where we have colleagues who must deliver, that we are able to provide appropriate challenge through scrutiny, through the SEND partnership, through other forums, to check that we haven't got an optimism that things will happen, and then we get closer to the wire and find that it hasn't had the impact that we need. So there is more work to be done on this to make sure that we are also challenging ourselves at every point, because there has been a trajectory previously where we have undertaken actions that have been agreed and they haven't had the impact. So the will was there, but the impact was not. And we need to turn the dial on that, and we need to see the financial ramifications and, more importantly, the experiences of children changing as a result of what we do.
Okay, thank you. I've got Lucy Trimnell, then Diego Rodriguez and Mandy Chilcott.
Thank you, Chair. So obviously you've got actions that you have to bring in to improve on the service overall. There can't be a repeat of this. I just wondered, A, whether you feel with, as you could describe, a rising tide of SEND requirements, whether you feel you have the provision, the staffing, etc., to be able to deal with this, to be able to prevent things like this from happening again. And whether there's anything you can learn from that adults transformation programme, whether there are any elements of that you would be able to bring into the service in order to make things run more expediently, I suppose.
So I would say there are a lot of people working in this space, and we have not yet achieved the level of integration and efficiency and positive collaboration that has long been an aspiration across the whole country. And often when we speak to staff, and it always gets a kind of a wry smile, we talk about Every Child Matters, which is at least 20 years ago, where there was a huge commitment to bring education, children's social care, health together. And it's only now that we feel that we are starting to make real inroads into that. And so sometimes the question is, do you have enough people? And the answer is, yes, we do, but they won't have the impact unless we get them working together better and we maximize the potential of that collaboration, because the productivity that we have in terms of impact on children depends on the effectiveness of how we work together. I'll give you an example. We have lots of colleagues who've reflected that what happens is the multi-agency colleagues come together, and week after week, month after month, they have the same children on the list. Or sometimes the list is so long they never get to the children at the bottom of the list. And that to us is a real indication that we're not using those conversations effectively to get the job done, to move that child into flourishing and thriving. So it's about the how as much as the how many. And that's the children's transformation is all about. That is about working together better so we actually achieve lasting impact. And in terms of adults, as I said, we're having increasingly close conversations with adults. Very pleased that Emily Fulbright from MEL's team is leading on one of the elements of the SEND action plan that you have here. And that work not just about transition, but about understanding the really strong practice in adults. As we've said, one of the mitigations is about lifting their direct payments policy and adopting it, because there are things that we can learn from each other, and we're actively doing that.
Diego online.
Thank you, Chair. A couple of things from me. Obviously, very sad report to read, and appreciate all the comments that have been made and the mitigating actions within it. I just want to agree with the leader about target dates for mitigating actions, because you see in many reports sometimes that we will do X, Y, Z, but it's hard to actually track or keep the pressure to ensure things are being done. So I appreciate the comments around that. But two things from me. And because sometimes these reports end up making you ask more questions than perhaps you envisaged, and that's what it's done here. So for me, I'm left wondering kind of how many more complaints are there out there, and when they get to legal proceedings, that must come at a cost, and at what cost is that? So what I would perhaps like to know, and you may not be able to tell me today, is what is the total legal cost that the council has incurred on these two particular complaints, and how much is council spending on legal proceedings on complaint cases overall? That's kind of the first one. And the second thing is, clearly the Ombudsman's investigated these two particular cases, but there will be others not investigated, that need to be investigated perhaps. So when I look at the issues, the impacts and mitigation, I'm left wondering how, particularly mitigation, how does that impact on other existing complaints that we're looking at? For example, you may now look at one of them and say, oh, actually, we need to deal with this complaint differently now. And that's clearly an added workload and pressure on resource. So two separate things there, if I could get answers for, please.
If we can come back to you around the costs, I think it's well well recognised across the SEND system. There is a lot of conflict in the system, and one of the things that the government nationally has been challenged on is the pressures that has created for everyone in the system to where we should be focusing on children, that instead we're getting caught up in complaints and conflict, sometimes formal complaints, but sometimes just inability to find a way forward. And that's very pressurized. So there is a lot of that in the system across all organizations. We can come back to you in terms of the sums involved on particular areas that you've identified. In terms of the broader complaints and mitigations, I think what we're looking to do is to identify themes. So certainly the direct payments policy is a broader theme that has been identified by the Ombudsman. And that's the nature of the conversation we're having with the Ombudsman, is they're identifying themes as well for those that come to them. And that has informed the SEND action plan. And that's part of our commitment to the Ombudsman, is that the themes they've identified across multiple complaints are reflected. And they've given us assurance that those themes are appropriately reflected in the plan.
Thank you.
Thank you, and Mandy.
Thank you very much. A difficult read, but I am pleased to see the report and the actions are going to be taken. A couple of points for me. The first one was around IT and those reminders to those that we communicate with. All councils, including this one, are poor. I know I did a piece of work in the district around revs and bends, and lots of calls were coming into the council just from people that were chasing and wanting to know. And I expect every inbox in this council will have lots of repeated emails from people that just want information and communication. So as we move forward with our IT programme right across the organisation, whatever we can automate, whatever we can quickly do to keep people in touch, I think is essential organisation wide. The refrain I hear from parents and carers is that If you have a child that needs the extra support, it's a constant battle. That's a word I keep hearing. It's a battle. So I suppose it's a thank you to all those parents and carers for keeping battling. And the last thing I want to pick up on actually is the speech and language therapy. So I know that this is a challenge for many, many, many young people. I think up to 60% of young people in the youth justice system, for example, have speech and therapy challenges. So I think it's really widespread, the help needed for speech and language therapy. I think the more we do of it, the better it will be for our young people in Somerset. But my question is around what you've put in the report, which it says, Business Intelligence has committed to support an agile approach to analysis to support commissioning needs. I didn't know what that meant. So can you just explain to me? I hope it's what I think it is.
So I just wanted to pick up on your point about the battle, and I think that is absolutely not where we want to be. I think the reality is that we have children in crisis, and that is always going to be hard, but it shouldn't feel like a battle. It's still going to be hard, but one of the things that we are putting in place in the transformation programme and in terms of our way of working is investing in really spending time with everyone around the table and continuing with that child and family, and moving away from things like a referral culture, which I don't think that we have, but it can creep in. Or about, sometimes it is about transactional communications, but sometimes it has to be about human communications and sitting down and working through the problem together and knowing which is which as professionals. And so that's about having that relational approach with families, so that it's a human being that's saying, this is hard, there aren't obvious solutions, but we're going to work through it together, and we're going to stay together until we've got resolution. And that's a shift in some areas. Around the business intelligence. So what that means is business intelligence are going to help us access the data that is coming in all the time to understand what is needed for individual children and how we pool that to be able to see what is needed across the complex county, because the way that the system for special educational needs and disabilities is designed, it's around the individual child. But when we commission, we need to commission on behalf of a group of children. So we need the data to tell us how do you add up what the individual child needs and make sure it's in the right part of the county for that particular need. And that's quite a complex data exercise because it's changing all the time. So they're going to help us make sure that we are getting that information so that we can make sure that we've got the right service for that child's particular needs in the right part of the county, which sounds a lot simpler than we've discovered it is. Then that's where they're going to help us.
Thank you very much, and thank you for that explanation. I suppose the challenge is that you only know what you know, and you can only put into a system what you know, and I suppose it's all those unknowns that will be challenging moving forward.
And on that, you're absolutely right, and that has been a barrier. And I think concern coming from our staff and from schools, from families and from the voluntary sectors to say, I know of a child I'm worried about. I don't know if you know them. And so what we are putting in place through a new team around the school, team around the provider conversations is a shared understanding of risk, so that all our professionals, whether that's in health, children's social care or education, but also in the voluntary sector, also in schools, nurseries, colleges, are all speaking the same language and coming to a shared understanding of the risk associated with every single child in the county, of which the majority will not be at risk. But we need to know all of them. And actually what we've seen when we started doing this work is that we knew we had around 150 children we were worried about. When we went out and spoke to schools, we found 1,500. Now, that's the conversation that needs to be ongoing all the time, that everyone feels confident that they know that we in the local authority know that child has got risk associated with their educational outcomes or their scenario, because actually that gives people confidence that something will be done. It might not be done as quickly or as easily, as would be wished, but we all know that is there, and it gives us the chance to not have those unknown unknowns, because that's the worst situation, isn't it?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so I've got no more indicators of wishing to speak on this. So thank you for the reports and thank you for the frankness and apology that came with that. I'd like to add to the recommendations in front of us a new one to request that we have a quarterly progress report on the action plan so that it can come to the executive, and should the chair of scrutiny wish to push it on his agenda, that would be extremely welcome as well, to make sure that we've got the oversight that we're making, that that this is on track to support the children that are in the system, and very much welcome the approach of trying to take the conflict out of the system, and try and get a system of cooperation and collaboration with parents, because that is something that I see so often in the system, and it is so saddening as an educator to see that the system is in that place. Okay, so the recommendations are that we accept the findings of the LGSCO reports, agree to implement the recommendations set out in these reports, note and approve the implementation of the improvement actions set out in paragraph 8 of this report, and the amendment moved from the chair to request a quarterly progress report on the action plan come to executive and to scrutiny. Do I have a proposer? Councillor Shearer, seconder, Councillor Wilkins. Those in favour, please. Those against. Thank you very much. That's clearly carried. Thank you very much. Which moves us on to item 6, which is the 24-25 General Fund Revenue and Capital Budget Monitoring Report, month 9, which is quarter 3, pages 49 to 164. And can I invite Councillor Liz Lashon to introduce, please?
Thank you very much, Chair. So this is quarter 3, so month 9. We're reporting compared with month 7 in this report, because you will recall we didn't have a month 8 because that always falls at the time when the first work and the hardest work probably of the budget setting for the following year happens. So this report shows us a reduced draw on reserves, and as I included in my response to Nigel Behan's question, those reserves are one-off funding. They are a part of the one-off funding that allowed us to close the budget gap in this year between exceptional financial support in the form of capitalisation direction and also, as I say, use of MTFP reserves. In the papers, particularly in table 1, I just want to address excuse me, where I've heard concern from people about the difference between the word pressure and the word growth. So you will see in table 1 the column that says one-off pressures or ongoing pressures, and then when we get to next week, we will see where ongoing pressures become growth in the budget setting. So for me, it's really important that I understand where a pressure becomes a growth in the expenditure of the council for the following year. You'll see, Chair, from the number of recommendations that run right through to Q, that although we are working extremely hard on the budget setting for next year, there is still a huge amount of work going on in the current year. Where we're working at this time of year, of course, ready for close down of the current year, and that was covered in the audit committee meeting yesterday, where we were addressing the capacity of this council to cope with close down of the current year, fulfilling the deadlines from government and external audit, where we need to make sure we're in a much better position after 24-25 than we were after 23-24, when we were also, of course, closing down predecessor council accounts from 22-23. So I should also add, Chair, that we ran short of time at Corporate and Resources Scrutiny on Monday, and so we were not able to have the full update from Nicola Hicks. So I will not take up any more time, and I will hand over to Nicola for more detail, please.
Thank you, Councillor Lation. So as you've just heard, in paragraph 3 on page 49 of the report, it shows there about the underspend that's being forecast, but obviously that being the reduced draw on the reserves. We will keep emphasising that. It's really important to the reader that they do understand that it's not a kind of true underspend because of using that reserve to set our balanced budget for 24-25. That is, as paragraph 4 shows, it is an increase of 11.283 from when we reported in month 7. And an outline of the reasons for this is in section 5 and also a bit more detailed in section 11, and then even more detailed in the appendices that follow to each of the report. Just selecting a couple there to speak about, just in terms of children's families education, is showing that decreased a forecast overspend of 2.819 million. That is explained in more detail on in the children's appendix on page 74. It is not just one reason. There is a variety of reasons there around external placements, costs being lower than forecast, prevention, field work being lower, but also some additional grant income that's come in there. And I think it's to recognise there that the team are working hard to try and mitigate the overspends that are coming through that were in previous budget monitoring forecasts, and the finance team continue to work very closely with children's on their data and on their forecasting, especially as we've done for budget setting next year as well. The other one to select out of the category there is the non-service there with an increased underspend of 10.028 million, which there says about it being in relation to debt charges being lower than forecast when we set the budget. That is detailed more in Appendix I. The table in Appendix I shows that it is mainly financial forecasting. It picks up a change in interest rate from what was when we set the budget. It also when we set the budget for 24-25, we would have made some assumptions around our level of debt borrowing for the council based on, although the council had the disposals programme for pipeline disposals of assets that we were looking to help our cash position, kind of at the moment you would set a budget based on the worst case scenario that nothing sold and you had to borrow the entire lot. So we will see a swing in what is being forecast there in terms of our cash management, and the team are working incredibly hard. We've been fortunate this year that we've had some asset sales and we haven't needed to do the external borrowing, but we're not in that position in this current month because without council tax coming in, we are in a position where we are accelerating our borrowing this month to see us through to when we get that next set of council tax through. So I think the team are working hard to try and do some short-term borrowing, longer-term borrowing, but kind of judging the market on that. And I think you are seeing the effect of that coming through in some of this budget monitoring. And I suspect we may see that in next year's as well, in terms of we've had to set the budget on a prudent assumptions, but we are doing a lot of work around that, just especially in terms of kind of the cash that's coming in and out of the authority. And also in terms of cash, we are seeing the effects we saw before when we reported the amount of change we saw in when the spend boards kicked in terms of mitigating the spend going out of the authority. And I think some of that plays in to all of these factors of the position for this financial year as well. And everyone working hard to try and protect the council's reserves and its position. Just going down through to the report, Councillor Lation spoke about table 1, and I was going to mention about the ongoing pressures and one-off pressures there, but I think we've already covered that. And as I've said, section 11 talks about there some further info on the unders and overs, the movements in each of the services. Section 12, where we go on to the dedicated schools grant, you'll see there has been a decrease in what was previously forecast, but we are still looking at a year-end deficit there of 65.21 million, so a significant value there. Members will be aware from previous discussions about our worry with that in terms of any statutory override not continuing, or the government finding a solution to that, because that will have a significant effect on the council's reserve position and our position to stay financially viable should that have to come, that statutory override be removed, and you'll see that as part of the budget setting papers. Just in terms of mitigations there, we are working hard with all of the services on all of those elements under bullet point 13. And there's mitigations now, mitigation tables you will see in each of the appendices, which talks about what each of the services are doing to try and mitigate their overspends. We would like financial figures attached to each of those mitigations, but we appreciate sometimes it's quite tricky and there's more work to be done in terms of business cases coming forward to be looked at for some wider plans around how they could mitigate costs. Just moving down onto page 57 in terms of the savings monitoring. So table point 16, table 2 there shows that is a comparison against month 7, because obviously we didn't have the month 8 report, but we'll see it's a positive movement in terms of that achievement of savings going from 43% through to 80%. So I'm just making my screen bigger because my eyes are squinting. So that is a positive achievement in terms of the delivery of that saving. Unfortunately, we did have some that are showing there as an increase in the unachievable. And I know we've spoken before about next year's reports. We're actually going to look at changing the titles of those in terms of whether they're truly unachievable or whether they're just delayed in terms of aren't able to deliver that this financial year. And I know members will be aware that we continually work with services to say how can they come up with an alternative saving to mitigate anything that was previously put in. And I know there's a specific appendix on Appendix J talks about the savings monitoring and shows there the ones that are in that unachievable category. Just in terms of page 58, in terms of reserves there, you will see that the 151 in paragraph 19 has carried out a review of the reserves and specifically earmarked reserves and has created this business risk reserve and transformation reserve there, and that can be shown in the specific appendix, which I believe is Appendix R? No, N. There you go, well done. Appendix N in terms of those changes there and the amalgamation of some of those reserves into that. So it's not necessarily reducing some of the reserves in each of those, just in terms of amalgamating some of them and some other movements. Just because this is a quarterly report, we do include in there the collection funds, so the amount that has been collected there, so you can still see for both business rates and council tax, we are above our target in terms of what we aim for in terms of collection rates. And just a little bit about the spend boards that are still in place. There's lots of challenge at the moment around do we need to review the terms of reference for those boards and how they're working. But I think you'll see there from paragraph 23 in terms of that retrospective purchase orders being reduced there. Actually, I do think they did and they do continue to have a positive impact on the organisation in terms of thinking about placing that order before you order your goods or services, and actually our ability to link that back to contracts. And we've seen through audit committee, there's a lot of focus on contract management and how we're procuring goods and services at the moment. So I think that's one area to look at there as part of that work. So we will continue to do that. Just in terms of treasury management, I think I've already covered there in terms of why we're getting that swing. And I think just moving on to capital, because the report also includes capital there. Just the capital, we haven't seen a massive swing in terms of the projection of capital spend from quarter 2 to quarter 3. The team are working still with officers to ensure that they are going to deliver against what they've profiled. Because we did a big reprofiling when we did quarter 2 to ensure that that's coming out in quarter 3. But you'll see there in bullet point 36 on page 62 that there have been some supplements to the capital programme, and those are things there significant in terms of gravity and capitalisation of transformation costs. Those are things previously members have agreed there, but it was just in terms of the exercise of making sure that they're included in our capital programme and showed correctly is meant that they've come into this one, and it probably in hindsight should have been included previously. I think it's good there in table 5, it reflects our capital programme, and actually the amount of grants and contributions there shouldn't be underestimated in terms of actually what we are bringing in as a council to deliver through our capital programme is massive compared to what we're actually borrowing or what we're using our own receipts for. But that's all I had to say, but happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Nicola. And Sarah first.
Yeah, I just wanted to explain a bit about the adults budget and where we are. I just want to make sure that everybody understands that when you do a budget for a service like adults, which of course is the biggest spending budget in the council, you do have to be realistic about it. So when we did the budget for this year, we took into account the agreed savings of £10 million as a result of the My Life, My Future project, which is coming a bit later in this morning to be talked about. But the fact we've come in slightly under budget, you make the best realistic assessments that you can of the numbers of people you're going to have to look after, where the money will have to be spent. We have things happening out in the community. We haven't had another epidemic, but we've certainly had a lot of people very sick this winter. But we've managed to stay within budget. But I just think that that realistic budget, which you mentioned, Nicola, was based on borrowing or sale of assets to keep it afloat. And the fact that we can come in slightly under means that we have to do less of that. I think you mentioned that in your talk. But, that I just want people to understand that, with this budget is huge, but it's because it's what it costs to do adult social care in this county. And we've done it realistically. And I'm really proud, I think for the first time in years, coming in under budget, that it's been done properly and that it's paying its way. There's all sorts of pressures which have been put into next year and will be put into next year. But I just think it's important to understand that what we have to provide by statute and what we do to prevent people needing our service. Without that, we will be costing an awful lot more.
Thank you, and thank you for highlighting the prevention agenda, which is so important in this. If we can get people looked after in the right place, it's the right thing for them as well as costing the council less money, which is a win for everyone. Heather, on children's, please.
Yes, thank you. Just brings a bit closer to you. Nicola's explained it incredibly well in terms of the sort of multifaceted nature of how we've managed to have £2.5 million less in overspend, if you know what I mean, in the last couple of months. And I think some of that is, and it's interesting, there are good reasons and less good reasons for that. So, and it is lots of ups and downs, but the really good reasons are things like we have been able to deliver savings in the way we approach homeschool transport and send transport. That's an actual active, a success about making the cost lower. Service just as good, but the cost lower. There's and other things, and I think the fact that we're working so well with our finance colleagues around forecasting and also modelling. Forecasting in as much as what's it going to look like by the end of the year, very clever, and working together on that so that numbers are again realistic, but they're much closer to accuracy. And that modelling to try to mitigate that. The fact, it's what Amelia was talking about. It's what you don't know. Your modelling is to try and say what might it look like in future to get a forecast that's much more reasonable. Lots of really good work, and on commissioning where we brought the average price per child for placement down, for instance. So lots of things are very good. There are sadder underspends where we're still carrying vacancies. So again, by the end of December, we were able to realise that if we had not managed to get officers in place by the end of December, we were very unlikely to get them there by until the beginning of April. So there's some vacancies still. And similarly, we've said in this room or these meetings before, if we're carrying an underspend on foster care, that's not happy. We want more foster carers. So it's a kind of like a mixed blessing of good and bad. But I think what I take away from it and what I've seen the officers do is that continued hard work of trying to look very specifically at what the numbers are and make sure those numbers are accurate every time we look at them. So it's a complex picture. And I think the similarities we have with adults is that unless we get our focus onto prevention, we will have more cost at the back end, as it were, or unless we get in early with the children that we bring into our orbit or our care, again, unless we're doing that well across our whole partnership, then the costs will get greater at the back end of it. And the previous item was around the LGO, the LGO complaints. That's the back end, if you like, and it's the hard end of a complaints process, a dissatisfaction process that we need to be working on in order to make sure that people don't get to that state. Because dealing with a child in crisis and a family in crisis is so much more expensive and less effective than dealing with them before they get there. So I just wanted to say that it's a nuanced picture, but I hope I haven't misrepresented, but I think that's where we're at with how we've managed to make that reduction in overspend.
Thank you, Heather. Not seeing any other lead members or associates indicating. So come on to other members, and Lucy Criminal was first.
Thank you. I feel like I won there. So I don't often. Yeah, I know. Yeah. So all I wanted to know was obviously some of the underspend in adults. I just want to find out is due to growth being less than expected, demand being less than anticipated. Do we consider that to be something that is as a result of any work that we're doing, preventative work and things? Is it likely to continue?
I'll say some things about this. I mean, yes, it's the work we're doing and the way people are being dealt with under different headings, because you may have less people coming into care because we are keeping them at home for longer. So you may have smaller numbers in some areas. And in fact, I just wanted to mention, I thought you were going to raise this actually about commissioning. And in fact, part of it is intermediate care, that where the overspend is happening, which is being offset by other mitigations. But that is because we've got people staying at home for longer and are older, so they probably do go to hospital more often and come out again. And that's unfortunately the result of that, but we've got lower costs elsewhere as a result. So that's how that pans out. But I think I will ask Mel to answer the detailed question that you raised.
No problem at all. So I do expect it to continue to result in this. It's 1.8% of the budget that is underspent by. So when you look at it in that round, it's not as huge. However, the whole premise of our transformation is about keeping people at home longer. We are absolutely seeing it. The flip side, so are we going to maintain here, is we know the price of care for people in residential and nursing care that are self-funders is growing because of national insurance, living wage, everything else. And it does subsidise us. So my only concern, and I will put it here, is that we are seeing more people come into our service. So although our numbers are really low into residential and nursing care, 48% of those are already self-funders that come over to us month on month, because I can't do anything about that. Once they're in and they then have depleted funds, they come to us, because that's the reality of it. So although we're doing really well at keeping people at home, we also have to understand that this budget isn't just about older people, it's about people with a learning disability and people with mental ill health. And we're seeing, as part of our programme of change, that progressive model of delivery, whether you call it keeping people at home, giving people additional life skills, all of that is ensuring that people have the quality of life that they want, or the life that they choose to have. And that life isn't, people aren't expecting masses of things to happen to them, but they're just wanting a normal life. And we're seeing that we're able to do that. And when we describe a bit later on My Life, My Future and the end of that programme, but the continuation of the transformation, you'll see a couple of really good stories which would just demonstrate by doing things differently, by giving people choice, you actually save money. So this is based on a lot of that.
Yeah, and just echo the amount of work that's gone into delivering around My Life, My Future and all the other programs that we're running, and our successful partnership. I think we're up for award with Europe even. I recall some of the cynicism that was raised when we went into that partnership, and really pleased to see it delivering for us. Mandy.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the question. On a really positive note, thank you through the report. Your appendices are all labelled, fantastic. We've got lots of bold figures, really helpful. And second, those references, bolding the appendices has made it much easier to link the appendices back. So thank you for all of that. It helped with the reading. However, it looks at the headlines as if this is really good news. But the however is, we've still spent 36.8 million capitalisation. So we have sold properties to prop up the budget. You're pulling a reduced figure from reserves, which is welcome, but that's still 16.735 million coming from reserves. And if it wasn't for the lower than expected borrowing rate of 17 million, you have effectively spent 70 million pounds more on services than you've actually had coming in. So the challenge is still very much there. And I think whilst it's there in the report, some of it's front and centre, some of it isn't. So my question, that there's two. Firstly, was it reasonable to budget for no asset sales? Because that the lower than expected borrowing figure is because we have expected to sell no properties. I don't feel from a budgeting point of view that was needed or realistic. So that's my first question.
And so, yeah, if I could just start by saying, I completely accept all your points about capital receipts, reduced use of reserves, reduced borrowing, overspend on services. That's why we asked for exceptional financial support again this year. If everything had been absolutely wonderful, we'd all love that. We would not have had to go for exceptional financial support again. To budget with no asset sales, Maria Christofi is not with us today. She's on leave today. She did mention this at scrutiny on Monday about when we get to the budget next week, and I think the executive meeting next Monday is probably the time when we need to explore this further, because she talked about a similar approach, and so I think we've had this approach for some time. 23-24, you'll recall that there were savings that we saw right towards the end of the financial year, and a lot of that was on what I'd call the Treasury management line. We're seeing it again this year, 24-25, and Maria spoke about it for 25-26 on Monday at scrutiny. I think personally, as lead member, I would much prefer that approach, because I think it's both, you know, Gordon Brown would call it prudent, I'd call it cautious. I think it's important, though, that we are upfront and transparent about what we're doing and why it looks better. And at the time when Jason Vaughan was putting forward figures for 23-24, that was at a very, very much earlier time than we are now, and I think he was right at that point to not presume any capital receipts. You could argue for 25-26 maybe that should be different. We can argue that one on Monday, I would say, and I would appreciate if we could put that one back, Chair, until Maria Christofi is with us on Monday. And it's more than figures on a piece of paper, isn't it? It's about your approach, how cautious you need to be, how she needs to work, as she has been with MHCLG on the exceptional financial support, and how we have responded to SIPFA, to our corporate peer challenge, and to every other report, the auditor's annual report. All of those are all coming into the mix. We're not short of advice, is what I'd say at the moment. How we respond to that advice, how we interpret it, and how it's then seen in our budget setting for the following year is, to me, what really matters. And for me, understanding where a pressure in year becomes growth for next year, I think all of these things, I've learnt a huge amount in the last few years, but also in the last few months, and having an interim 151 officer coming in has obviously brought another officer's view of budgeting, how we report, how we set the budget for next year, how we work with government. It is a really interesting time. I will always, as I always have, since I was about 20 probably, was not terribly responsible before then. I was having far too much fun. There's no fun now, as you know. There is no fun in this at the moment. This is, for me, in my working lifetime, this is the most serious responsibility I have ever had. And it makes the job that I had when I had to balance a budget that was under £1 million every year looked like an absolute tea party. So I welcome your questions. I always welcome your challenge. I hope you always welcomed my challenge when you were sat in this seat. And I think between us, it's really important that we continue to keep that challenge, but that the challenge includes making sure that members understand what they're voting for when they set a budget, because that is always the most important thing. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Just to come back, a very long answer. And I have to say, a lot of our agendas at the moment are so super packed. There is too much on them. And it was sad that we could not give this more time at our scrutiny meeting. I think the number of papers, and in particular late papers we're getting, is putting a lot of people, officers and councillors, under a lot of pressure at the moment, and I'm certainly hearing that, and I've written to the Chief Executive about that. My next question actually is around the detailed reserves position, because our reserves are also decreasing at a rapid rate. And I just had a question around Appendix N, funny enough, the detailed reserves position. So within that, there's been, I'll call it a shuffle round of reserve to look what you can put where and what you can use. And I just got a couple of questions about what we're left with. So transformation is going to be huge moving forward for the council, I have no doubt. I think there's a lot of investment we need to do in IT, as well as a lot of other pieces of work. You've got 3.3 million in that budget. I suppose, is that sufficient, is my first question. My second is that you've got two rather large figures there, one for insurance reserve and one for private finance initiative reserve, which to my knowledge have to stay as they are. I don't think you could use them even if you wanted them to. So given those two figures there, whilst we have heard from our 151 officer that the earmark reserves are just sufficient, I think that's a phrase that's been used, I would question, are they just sufficient, bearing in mind some of them there just cannot be used?
Thank you. I'll try and be a bit shorter. It is my greatest failing. I always appreciate that. On transformation and on flexible use of capital receipts, as well as capitalisation directive, you will have seen in the previous paper the line for flexible use of capital receipts within the capital paper. So please don't think that this reserve here is expected to deliver all of the transformation of this enormous council. So I think perhaps this is something that could be helpful for a members briefing, I think, is about capitalisation directive, flexible use of capital receipts, what sits in reserves and what else is possible within the council. So I've asked our 151 officer a couple of questions about, do I need to be concerned about whether this is identifiable in the budget or not? And in that case, the answer was it's within transformation, it's within that line. So, but I do think there is quite a lot of learning for us as members about what is possible. Thank you. I won't say any more, otherwise I'll be too long.
Thank you for the clarity. I'm sure there'll be more questions from Diego.
Thank you, Councillor Chilcott. And
PFI, you're right. I don't think that can be used in any other way. If you think Somerset's got low PFI compared with other counties, I think there are two people to thank. One is Kathy Bakewell and the other one is Ros White, who was chair of Musgrove at the time, and neither of them liked PFI. And that is my layperson's view, is that Somerset has very low total of PFI. That doesn't cover police and all the rest of it. That's about council and NHS.
Thank you. I think my comment was just pointing out to people that while the reserves sort of look okay, there are some there that just cannot be used. So it's actually lower than probably what you're seeing in the papers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Chilcott. Councillor Rodriguez.
Thank you, Chair. So just three things from me, really. Mandy's already picked up on one. But the first one is around the underspend for this year. So the underspend in the report says that we'll reduce the drawdown on reserves. I just want to understand really how this works. Can I maybe ask Nicola for a response on this one? Is it policy or a condition from MHCLG that any underspend should first be used to draw down on reserves before reducing the amount of asset sales, or is that kind of a discretionary decision by the council?
So I've been party to discussions that Maria's been in with MHCLG, where she's basically saying to them, please don't touch my reserves. So please let me take the capitalisation directive and not force me to use more of my reserves to balance the budget, because actually that's not going to enable us to stabilise our financial position. And so I think that's the discussion she's been having with them. And when we've seen, you will see as part of the budget papers that have come out, the conditions that have been attached to the capitalisation directive do not mention about the reserves within that. And I feel like if they were going to stipulate that, they may have put it in that letter. But I don't know if Duncan wants to add, because I know he's had separate conversations with MHCLG.
Yeah, thank you. MHCLG are obviously very concerned about the level of reserve, because that is about how we stabilise a council long term, as Ms Six just said. What they're not prepared to do is tell us what we have to do about that. They want us to lead the position. But what they are quite clear about is that the Prudential Code's been amended now, which says that it doesn't say absolutely you cannot borrow for commercial purposes. But I think if all the things we've been doing, which predecessor councils did previously, we were trying to do now, the Prudential Code does not allow them. The Prudential Code is very clear that government has moved away from the idea of councils holding the risk of commercial properties in the way that we have done in the past as a sector, not just as a Somerset Council. And therefore, they are still effectively pushing us, say they don't want us to be holding large swathes of commercial property, want us to be out of that business. But they're not telling us how to do that. That is our decision as a council about how we balance that position between reserves, between capitalisation and everything else within that.
Thank you. So I suppose my thing on that one, just to follow that up, is if it was my own personal finances, and I know it's completely different to local authorities, if I had a healthy level of reserves for the size of the organisation, which is what Maria has said previously, and then if I was planning already to not have X amount of money, and then I made a saving, personally, perhaps I would rather keep my investment, knowing that that will create a revenue which will put me in a better position in the following year, perhaps. But I appreciate that the comments that have been made and the decision that has been taken independently by council. But that leads me on to the point that Mandy touched on earlier, which is the increased overspend in resource and corporate services, which I think is noted on one of the recommendations on page, it was on page 50. No, it's on page 50, yeah. So 2.554 million, which is largely due to the reduction of income from commercial investment properties because of those sales. I share Mandy's same concern or same comments, or to me it's a concern really, that I'm surprised it's not been budgeted, that reduced income, because we knew we were going to sell whatever it was we were going to sell, and I would anticipate that there would be some provision there, because you know it's happening, and so you just make a budget for it or expect it. And I appreciate this will perhaps be talked about further on Monday, as Liz had said. But if we have EFS agreed for next year, I would hope that perhaps we'd learn from this and budget for a loss of income from the asset sales next year. So I don't know if Liz wants to comment on that again, but I think she's probably already mentioned it'll be discussed on Monday.
So thank you, Chair. A year ago, when we set the budget for 24-25, you will see that there is reduction of income from commercial investments spread over 3 years. So what we have done more recently is reprofile that, because there have been greater disposal of assets in the first year than was originally expected. When Maria Christofi arrived with us last summer, seems a long time ago, last summer now, she asked the team to move more rapidly, and she gave them a higher target, and we've since reprofiled what we expected to come in over those 3 years. And when we look at the budget papers next Monday, you'll see that in there again. So I assure you it's not being ignored, and it never has been. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And one final one from me, just on Appendix M, debt monitoring. One of the things that stands out is, just opening up the page, almost 50% of the outstanding debt relates to adult social care. And I've kind of read the reports. I recognise and appreciate what's written in there around the recovery. Clearly, it's a very large chunk of outstanding debt. And I've got just a question around it. I mean, first, I'd like to understand more about it, because only a paragraph or so there on it. But also, it made me think, the council has these spend control boards overlooking spending, which go above and beyond perhaps the regular checks that were once there. Is there something similar, like a debt control board, or is everything being done, would you say, in terms of collecting debt, and there's no need for that, for the extra kind of oversight that would give?
I'm happy to pick that one up if you want. So the reality is, it's when you have debt in adult social care, some of this is called deferred payments. So what we do, we have a legislation where somebody has got some capital, so whether that be a piece of land, whether it be that house for that individual, but they haven't yet sold it. So they've come into care, and we have to fund that care for a period of time whilst we negotiate the sale of that property, or where that goes. So you'll see we get some of that back during the year. Sometimes it takes a while. It also sometimes takes a while for that individual to sell the estate, but we put a mark on that estate. So you see some of that is that. You'll also see that we've got some long-standing debt, and we have just put some work together to have a look at where are we with that long-standing debt. You'll always see some, because the nature of how we work, you will see that, because we don't always get recovery back on what we're looking at. But a lot of that is around deferred payments for people that have come into care, and how we then work with them on their estate.
Thank you, Chair. And just to follow up,
We can put some more information on that for you, no problem.
Yeah, I was going to say, is there anywhere where there's a breakdown of that?
Yeah,
perhaps
we've
for a
got
later
that,
time?
so we can do that.
Thank you. That's all. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, could I just add, I think that's an important point, dear. Out of all of the appendices, I think they're much improved. This one, I do still think we could do some improvements to the information in it. So I take on board your comments and look at how we can provide some further breakdowns in the appendix, so we're really transparent.
And just to pick up on that, I think it was a SIPFA report also recommended we need to look at debt management. It's one of the areas where we haven't been able to bring it together across the whole organisation in the same way, mainly because of systems and other priorities, to be fair. So we do know we've got more work to do on debt management collectively. It doesn't undermine anything Mrs. Locke just said. That's absolutely true. And that area is fairly well contained, actually, in terms of that debt management. But just on the wider piece, we do have a bit more work to do to bring this together as one centralised thing.
Okay, I'm not seeing anybody else indicating, which brings us to our recommendations. So just bear with. So the recommendations are that the executive notes, we're now forecasting a balanced revenue position. So we note that the council revenue forecast underspend of 20.065 million for the year. There's a forecast underspend of 14.005 within service directorates for 24-25, and the corporate contingency of 6 million. Whilst remains unallocated, it has been released into the forecast outturn within budget lines in Table 1. To note, the planned use of reserves of 36.8 million for medium-term financial plan support towards the budget is forecast to reduce by 20.065 million to 16.735 million due to the forecast underspend within budget lines, paragraph 18. To agree that mitigating actions are to be identified in order to reduce any overspends, to take action and to contribute to the long-term financial sustainability of the authority. to agree that the council continues with the aim of avoiding a section 114 notice by taking all of the necessary actions and continue to operate as if one had been issued. Can I just clarify? My view is that means in a similar way to, rather than identically to. I'm aware that Councillor Rodriguez made that semantic point on there. I'm quite happy to change the wording if it helps, Councillor Rodriguez. Does that help? Yeah.
Thank you.
Note the progress and delivered savings of 32.217 million of the approved savings programme as set out in Table 2 and Appendix J. Note the work that's continued to find mitigating or substitute savings for the 3.909 of red unachievable savings to deliver the 0.727 million amber at risk savings and the 3.379 million green on track savings. H, to note the in-year forecast overspend on the DSG of 31.3 million, a decrease of 1.467 from month 7. Note the total forecast DSG year-end deficit of 65.211 million as set out in Appendix C. Note the collection rates for council tax and business rates are set out in paragraph 16. Note the quarterly update from the Spend Control Board detailed in Appendix K. Note the quarterly update on prudential indicators detailed in Appendix L. Note the outstanding debt position as detailed in Chart 3 in Appendix M. Note the level of grant general revenues is 60 million, risk-based assessment minimum 30 million, maximum 60 million. And the repurpose of some specified earmarked reserves following a review of the council's balance sheet. See section 19. Note the capital programme forecast outturn at quarter 3 is 150.573 million and approves the additional quarter 2 capital slippage of 0.631 million into future years. Approves 247.062 million of additions to the TAP capital programme as detailed in section 35 of this report, and I'm looking forward to setting that all to music for the next executive meeting. May I see a proposer for those recommendations, Councillor Lasham? Can I see a seconder, please, Councillor Shearer? All those in favour, please. All those against, that is clearly carried. And thank you for the helpful and supportive comments all around. We move on to item 7, which is the 24-25 housing revenue accounts and capital budget monitoring reports, quarter 3. I've got Councillor Frederica Smith-Roberts to introduce. I know she is tending to sick children, so I wonder whether she is online. Not seeing her. Yeah, no, indeed. I was just on the off chance I wouldn't want her to miss out on her opportunity to be in the spotlight. So I'll invite Mr. Chris Hall to introduce.
Yes, thank you, everybody. Just to give you some headlines of the paper. So firstly, I'm joined by Kerry Prisco online, who's the HRA accountant who'll be able to answer any of the technical questions. You'll see that this is a positive change. So at quarter 2, we were reporting an overspend within the revenue of HRA at around 1.7 million. That is a diminishing overspend. So we are reporting now at quarter 3 a reduction in that overspend of just under £400,000. That predominantly falls into 3 main categories. The first being an increase in our forecast on the recovery of income at just over 100,000. There's also a reduction in the forecast overspend in repairs and maintenance at around 134,000. And there is an increased forecast around an underspend on our supervision and management costs of around 200,000, predominantly caused by ongoing vacancy and recruitment challenges in that area. So the HRA is undertaking considerable work in order to help manage the overspend, and hopefully you'll see this as a positive picture. It is unlikely that we are going to get to a balanced position by year end, although we continue to make headway into that overspend area. We're doing all of that without diminishing the safety or customer standards. So I want to be absolutely clear that whilst the overspend is coming down, we are not putting at risk any of our customers in terms of the standard of service they receive or the safety of the properties in which they're in. The HRA does hold a fairly healthy reserve, and whilst we do not want to live within that reserve. We do hold a reserve, and therefore, if it is necessary to do so, the underspend will be met through that reserve without putting any risk on the general fund revenue position. Happily hand over to Kerry if there's anything specific she wishes to add. She's shaking her head, in which case, Chair, we're happy to go to questions.
Thank you. Looking for questions from members of the executive. Councillor Wakefield.
Yeah, simply just a clarification. This is just the in-house service, not the Almo. Is that right? Or is it the whole thing?
It is the whole thing. It's all of the HRA, both in-house and the Almo functions in revenue and capital. So it's both services.
Okay. Any other questions from colleagues on the executive? Not seeing any. Councillor Chilcott.
Thank you. I just wanted to put a slight marker down because I've actually got a question around decent homes, and decent homes is only mentioned once actually in this report, but it is a bit more detail in the corporate performance report, so they sort of link together. So if you'd rather I brought it up in the corporate performance, happy to do that. I'm just surprised there's a bit more about it in this paper. Thank you.
I mean, this is fundamentally a financial paper. It is intended to give you the financial position in capital and revenue terms. We happily pick up any questions around decent homes in the performance report, which will break down all of the key performance indicators that we use for both services. So it's probably a question for them. If it helps and you want to talk about it offline, I'm happy to do so also.
Thank you.
Any other comments in the room or online? Yeah, sorry, Tom, the light is shining on you, Diogo, and I'm struggling to see your picture, but it looks like your hand's up.
I'm here. Yeah, hold on a minute.
Super, thank you.
Let's turn this on. Oh, there we are. Thanks, Chair. Two things on this one for me to raise. The capital programme slippage it continues to increase. Obviously, we've raised this before, I think, concern around that recurring theme with slippage into further years. One of the elements of that I think I read in the report was slippage on majors and improvements of about £6 million. Perhaps if Chris could answer this one, I'm wondering what the effect is on the value of current stock if capital budget for improvements has slipped into further years. Because if I recall on Monday's scrutiny, when someone asked about selling the current stock, if we wanted to, Chris said that we'd actually have to pay for the housing stock to be taken off our hands. And I wonder if that's because of the state of our stock and whether slipping improvements into further years makes that situation a lot worse. And also on slippage, we know that when things are slipped further years, that we don't get the same value in further years as we would have in the current one because of inflation, etc. And so the impact it has on various projects that are planned. Thank you. That's the first one.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. So just to be clear, the question was in response to the net present value of the stock, which also incorporates the debt that was being held. So were we to seek a stock transfer, the value of the stock would not be sufficient to pay down all liabilities, including a fairly substantial amount of debt servicing. So that was the response in terms of net present value. In terms of the capital programme, we don't do an annualised valuation of individual properties, and therefore the capital schemes are around improvement works, decent home standards, component life cycles, and then changes to either energy efficiency standards or government regulation. So they are about maintaining our stock at an appropriate standard to meet with regulation and future changes. So we're putting a lot of work into future EPC changes, as you might expect.
Okay. Next one is just on page 169, the write-offs for 24-25 that's been updated for Q3. And again, this has been mentioned previously, or we've put the light on this one previously. So we've got a total of 24k write-off for Homes and Sedgemoor compared to 169 for the in-house service. We note, well, I or Mandy noted this previously, raised concern at the level of write-offs and the difference between one and the other, I'm trying to still understand why there is such a difference between one service to the other. Is there anything that we're not learning from the HIS model around write-offs?
Thank you. I think Kerry gave an answer to this previously. I wonder if I can call upon you again, Kerry.
Hello, thank you. So in terms of the write-offs in table 2, just to confirm that they had 104k written off by the in-house service in Q1. So what happens is that we do a periodic review of our aged debt that we've got for former tenants, for example, and if all opportunities for recovering that debt has been exhausted, then we do that one final check, and then we do put it forward to be written off. So it is part of our usual process. However, admittedly in Q1 there's a little bit more. That was in anticipation of the member of staff leaving the authority. So she did actually do a review before she left, and we still haven't backfilled that role at all at the present. But we are picking that up and reviewing that as part of our annual year-end outturn position.
Thank you, Chair. If I may come back just quickly on that one. Appreciate the comments, but I still think there's quite a bit of discrepancy between the way one model does is collecting or writing off to the other, and I just put it out there whether or not some further attention needs to be given to understand it, because I'm not sure I quite do, and then it gives me some concern perhaps, or some thought into further years when we're going for the homes in Somerset title and bringing all that together, kind of taking best practice from one model or from the other, and ensuring kind of the write-offs, which HIS seem to be better performing on, is whatever they're doing is taken on board when we bring it all in-house. So I don't know if more focus needs to be given, whether it's through a committee or not, but that's my personal view.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, for the opportunity to speak. I think we'll happily have a look at that, but the one thing I would just say is the amount of money you can write off depends on how much debt you've got. So it's quite possible that we've got different practices coming through from previous councils, therefore debt position is not the same. If we write off debt on a regular basis being laid out now, then obviously the future debt you can write off will be reduced, and that's where we should be. And that does look where Homes in Sedgemoor is. We just need to make sure we're not just looking at apples and pears in terms of the comparison that's been made. We just need to make sure that the position we're comparing is accurate. It may well be you see similar positions in the future with in-house service as well, but we've actually got a bit of backlog of historic debt which we're still dealing with, which we've got to work through the systems.
Yes.
I wonder if I can just add to that, and just in terms of practices, we are looking across the in-house and Homes in Sedgemoor model to understand who might be doing things better than each other, so we can learn from one another. So that is underway already. I think the other point here is around timing. So what you might see in previous or future reports is that flips between a greater level for Homes in Sedgemoor and a lower level for the in-house service. It's the point at which the debt is unrecoverable that we will then declare it as a debt write-off. So some of this is purely about timing, but we take the point about learning best practice, and we are doing so.
So just to say, yeah, just say thank you. Yeah, just very quick to say thank you. Appreciate that, but that further understanding, whether it's in a written report or whatever in the future, would be really helpful. So thank you.
Yeah, we can look at getting a more detailed briefing on that, just to explore that point, but also there are some wider points there about learning between the two legacy models. Okay, I'm not seeing any other comments or questions, so our recommendations are to note the HRA forecast overspend of 1.327 million for 24-25 and the mitigations in the report and the impact on the HRA General Fund. Agreed to take further mitigating actions to pull back the forecast overspend to a balanced outturn. Note the forecast outturn from the capital programme for 24-25. Note the budget additions of 2.894 million approved through CREED decisions in paragraph 24. Note the capital environment in Appendix C and approve the updated slippage of 39.665 million in future years. Proposed Councillor Liz Lyshawn, seconded Councillor Wakefield. Those in favour of the recommendations, those against, That's clearly carried. So we move on to item 8, which is the corporate performance management report. And can I ask Councillor Lyshawn to introduce?
Thank you, Chair. This is another report that went to scrutiny on Monday and rather ran out of time. Sarah Cretney is not able to be with us this morning as she's interviewing, I believe. Is she here?
I did see her earlier.
Is she here?
She has now left.
Sorry.
Yeah.
The building.
So someone else was right, and then so I don't know whether Alan Jones wants to come in first. Nicola Miles is on the call. Just to say that this is, of course, a work in progress. There will never be a point at which we complete working on a performance management report. And I'm still looking forward to the opportunity, hopefully, when we're through budget setting, when I'll be able to sit down with chairs and vice chairs of scrutiny, because I really want to hear from them what they want to see reported. If it's okay, Chair, I'll either hand to Alan Jones and he may then hand to Nicola Miles. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Lyshawn. We just wanted to point out a few things. We have Nicola and Simon online to help with any detailed questions, and obviously executive directors can assist in any particular points that relate to their service areas. I think first and foremost, a thank you from the team, on behalf of the team, for the input and feedback from members through scrutiny and also individual feedback from this discussion. It's been incredibly helpful. So we've reflected a number of those changes in subsequent reports that you've seen over the last few quarters. Where we have key elements, we've effectively put all of the key issues. They have been identified in the covering report and set out in Appendix A. Under each of those relevant priorities, there's supporting narrative which describes the progress in each of those areas. So we hope that is helpful to members to identify. We've also included the direction of travel arrow so that you can now see where performance is improving and where that's declined. Also, we've made sure that the questions and queries around the accumulation of performance, where that's been effectively adding up as we move forward, we've been able to demonstrate that through the right arrow. We had some issues, if you remember, from our last quarter's report that wasn't reporting correctly. We have identified that there are some more indicators required through housing and homelessness, and the team are working hard to fill that gap in particular. Also as well, we have had several meetings with colleagues within climate, place and economy, because you'll note there are a number of indicators in the report that are either blank or that haven't been updated for some time. That's because the transition within those service areas, particularly in regulation and operational services, where we haven't been able to get those reports out of the service because they don't monitor them in that way anymore. But a very positive conversation as part of that dialogue. Finally, I just wanted to emphasise that the percentage of Somerset schools, which was discussed at the previous meeting, we have now updated that. So the percentage of Somerset schools rated inadequate is no longer being reported because of the changes in which Ofsted are now considering that. When we have that detailed feedback, clearly the service can recommend an appropriate monitor, and that can be reported through scrutiny and ultimately to executive. At that point, Chair, I'll pause for questions, and colleagues are online to assist.
Not seeing. Oh, go on then, Sarah.
Well, I've just been prompted to say that there isn't a specific. I'm supposed to say that. No, sorry. Sorry, no, I haven't been prompted. I just thought about it myself. There isn't a specific reference to our part of our portfolio housing and homelessness in this report, because I don't think they were giving regular reports actually like this, but we're going to be doing that next year. So as of the 1st of April, we will be providing reports in this space.
Yeah, Chair, I have a slightly detailed question on one area, if that's okay, which is, well, it's not that detailed, but it's just about the planning numbers. I mean, all colleagues will know how concerned members of the council are about the planning service. We discussed it at length when we were discussing the restructure. If I look at the key performance indicators for planning, they appear to all be green to me, which suggests everything's going absolutely fine, which sort of makes me wonder is everything going fine and we're all living in parallel realities? Or are our targets wrong, or are we measuring the wrong things? I don't know if the lead member for planning has a view, if Alan has a view on that.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I think things are improving. We have a better structure in place. We have new area managers in place who are doing a really good job of leading. We've got a new head of DM in place. So I think all of these things are helping us to improve the service. It's by no means quite where we want it to be, and we've had some long discussions about what we need to do going forward in order to get to a place that we're comfortable with, culminating in next week's decision about having a cohort of staff temporarily coming in to try and eat through the backlog. So it is an improving picture generally, but there's still a long way to go, and I'll hand over to either Alan or Chris if they want to come in with a bit more detail.
Yeah, I can understand the question completely when we talk about the difficulties in planning and the backlogs, and then we look at a load of green indicators. So just to help, the indicators predominantly talk about determinations of planning applications, and therefore if it's not determined because it's in a delay somewhere, it's a backlog, or it's a held for phosphates reasons or any other, they don't form part of the figures. So those that are being determined on time, but that doesn't necessarily reflect the wider difficulty within the service. So that's the differential here. I see Nicola's hands also shot up on me saying that, so I'll defer to any other detail there.
Nicola.
Yeah, it's just to reassure members that we have flagged this up, that these are the measures that we included in the interim report when after vesting day, when we were monitoring. The aim is to look at more realistic measures to ensure we're getting a more holistic picture of how that service is performing. Hope that helps.
And Chair, if I may add, just to kind of segue the 2 points together, where Councillor Leishon mentioned around those discussions with scrutiny chairs and the like, this is one of the key areas that we have been asked as a team to consider whether there are local indicators that provide more depth and granularity to the issues or concerns across all services, planning being one, so that you as members are clear on the performance issues, because there are a number of underlying performance points that you may wish to see, and that's part of the issue that we need to dive into with chairs of scrutiny and of course executive moving forward, and that was the instruction that's been given by Councillor Leishon as part of that debate.
Okay, I was just going to ask for an update on the foster carers if I could. I see the numbers are going in the right direction but are still red. Are we in a position to be able to update on whether we're expecting that to not be read at some point in the future?
So in terms of foster carers, they are going in the right direction against the national trend. So the national trend is down. We are improving the number of foster carers. So we recruited, I think, 19 over the last 12 months. Unfortunately, 17 foster carers have left in terms of no longer foster. That's largely due to age. We have some foster carers who are in their late 80s. Who obviously are struggling to continue to care for children long term. We continue to recruit. We are making strides in terms of recruitment. Our key issue is that recruiting foster carers to care for children long term is very, very challenging. So most foster carers currently are coming forward to look after children at weekends and school holidays, which is great and is helpful to provide respite for longer term carers. And some of those carers may over time decide that they want to look after children longer term, but in the current situation, that's not sufficient. We have worked out that in terms of the number of children who are in residential care, who actually need to be in foster care, and have only gone into residential care because there was no foster placement, which is currently in the mid-20s in terms of children. In order to be able to place the children who come into care and automatically go into foster care and bring those children out of residential care into foster care, we'd need to recruit 50 carers net a year. At the moment, we are nowhere near that, which is why it remains red.
So the right direction, but only slightly the right direction. So we still need to put that energy into that recruitment and retention piece, don't we? Okay, thank you. Okay, so I've got, I believe it's Councillor Sue Osborne's hand. I can't see whose hand it is. Apologies if it isn't. Is it Sue?
Yes, it is me.
Sorry,
Thank
sorry.
you.
I was relying on other people for other people checking for me.
Yes, I gather that you've got the sun in your eyes. It's actually quite pleasant. You've got sun. It's very dull here in Ilminster. Just a couple of questions, Chairman. Going back to planning, one of the things we're relying on pretty heavily is the extension of time. So with an extension of time, it doesn't put you on the naughty step. So that's probably why you're still green there. We've learned, or it's been indicated, that the government is likely to remove our ability to use an extension of time. So I'd like to know what impact that's going to have on the planning service in terms of.
I'm sorry, Sue. Can I just ask you just to stop? We've had an incident in the room. Okay, thank you. Sorry, I'm just. Sorry, we were all somewhat distracted in the room.
Okay.
Told everything's fine.
Right. Okay. It sounds like you're having fun in there.
For another 10 seconds or so. All good. All good. Okay. Sorry. It's difficult because it's a right angle room. I can't see parts of the room, and I could hear noises off. And I didn't want your points to be lost. Please do carry on now, Councillor Osborne.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll stop my question again. Going back to planning, and as you say, everything's green, but it does include our ability to make use of the extension of time requirement. And if that's mutually agreed, it means that you don't sort of miss the target. It's still counted as you're all right. The government has indicated that it is going or is likely to remove the extension of time. So what impact is that likely to have on our figures? And what impact is it likely to have on perhaps our staffing requirements in terms of getting planning applications processed? That's my first question.
Through you, Chair, if I may. So you're quite right. So as I've referenced, this is a key performance indicators around determination. And we are heavily reliant upon applicants accepting a deferral or an addition of time. And therefore, that's where the contrast in position of concern around the planning team comes against the figures themselves. If government make those changes, what difference will that make? Well, it may mean that we end up determining negatively a range of planning applications that are currently held for phosphates. So there are applicants that don't want us to make a determination until they've come forward with phosphate mitigation, and we may therefore be forced to determine that application, and it would be a negative determination if they do not have phosphate mitigation. So it might be that we end up making a whole range of rejections in the planning process. In terms of staffing, you heard me talk before about the current backlog and the arrangements we're putting in place, both in terms of the pressure bid, the workforce uplift that's been requested through the pressure bid, and also Councillor Rigby has referenced a range of additional resources that we're seeking to bring in to clear the current backlog. So we believe in steady state, with the backlog cleared, that the workforce allocation, assuming the budget is approved, is correct and accurate for the workload. If there's a sudden change in government practice or policy, there might be a change and therefore a spike that occurs. But at this stage, we're not planning for that. We will have to see what government do intend to do, and therefore our response to it.
Yeah. Thank you. Just to help.
Sorry, Councillor Osborne, I'm bringing in Councillor Rigby in the room first. Thank you.
Okay, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for that, Chris. I think it's probably also worth just considering that the spike that Chris refers to that could result from changes in government legislation could also potentially go the other way. So there's a possibility of a national delegation framework coming forward that might mean that more planning applications end up being determined by officers rather than committee, and that would obviously remove a degree of workload. So that could possibly work both ways, although I fully agree with Chris, it's probably the other way.
Yeah,
okay,
thank you.
Clarification.
Just to
comment
on that one, if we find ourselves in a position, as you say, where we're going to have to, particularly with things like phosphates, refuse applications, the applicant can then appeal. And through that process, and I've noticed it with one of the, with some paperwork on an appeal in my division, where the application was turned down because the applicant didn't produce what the officers asked for. They've gone to appeal, and there is a whole raft of that information now in front of the planning inspector. So you do have that risk, and the inspector may sort of then uphold the appeal because he's now got the information. So there is a bit of a risk there. And I'm not sure what we can do about it. My second question was on workforce. The first part of that was we're hitting, and it's in red, in round figures, 3 days of sickness. So what steps are you taking to reduce that?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So 3 days, I don't think will be seen across the industry as a significant concern right now, but obviously we are quite alive to this as an ongoing issue. What we have across the whole organisation is a fairly clear set of support for people in terms of welfare, occupational health, etc., and a fairly clear management framework around sickness absence in terms of reporting arrangements, how we factor it in and how we looked at it. So I don't know if there's a specific concern in an area or if it was a general comment, but very happy to share with the council or anything in terms of policies or background documents if that's helpful.
That may well be.
Thank you. Councillor Lyshan next.
So apologies, Councillor Osborne, if I've misunderstood. I recall from reporting on corporate performance reports over the years that Q3 is generally the worst quarter for sickness, and that often then recovers in Q4. It's really interesting to see what happened during COVID and the lockdowns too. I think those kind of records probably need some place in the National Archive, because whilst we had an epidemic or a pandemic, we actually had very low sickness numbers in a local authority like this one or the district where I used to report. But I believe this is Q3, and that is an expected kind of trajectory through the year.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Did you have another question, Councillor Osborne?
Yes, I did. I noticed we're now up to 1,300 vacancies, which is probably roughly, if my maths are correct, around about 20% of the total vacancy, total posts. How many of these are going to be permanently deleted as a result of the restructure? And how many are going to be retained and actually filled? Because it does seem quite a high number.
I'll ask Mr. Jones to answer that one.
Through you, Chair. It's incredibly difficult to kind of assess the two because of the level of change between the current structure and how that's been reported and the new structure. There are roughly around 730 vacancies going through the process into the new structure as part of that process, and clearly from next financial year we'll be able to then set out a new performance report which sets out the new establishment. As we've reported previously to members, it's incredibly difficult at the moment to have that grip on our establishment given the number of different structures that have come forward. However, the process that we went through during last year, and it did take that year, in order to make sure we have a clear establishment on each and every element of the organisation, and the Chief Executive's decision following Council's review on the 12th of February enabled that to take place. So I would say that this is definitely a moment in time and will improve significantly into the next reporting cycle. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Alan. I've now got a list of Tony Locke, Lucy Trimnell, Mandy Chilcott and Diego Rodriguez to speak. I am aware that we are running quite significantly behind schedule now. So if I could just ask members to bear that in mind when they're making their contributions. To assist. If I can get you all in, I will. Tony.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I just want to speak just in support of Councillor Rigby because I did speak at council recently about the concerns of the strategic committee on the planning and that. Mike has said the consultations which were and the bid which we're hoping to will be successful, but we do have the quarterly monitoring figures and the reports brought back to the strategic committee. We have got concerns, but as Councillor Rigby said, we have to wait to see and to bring it into place to see how these new measures are going to work, because it's all right to keep deferring with our practices, deferring planning applications, but all we're doing all the time is making more work for the officers. So there is work to be done, and it's got to be uniformed across all the 4 areas. There are too many different practices not aligning with planning and working together, which is causing the problems. But I will shut up now, Chairman. As you say, you're behind time, but in support of Councillor Rigby, we have to follow through and see how it develops going forward and be prepared to change.
Wise words as always, Councillor Locke, and you've got a salute from Councillor Rigby. So we'll answer questions through mime in future. It might save some time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lucy Trinnell.
Thank you, Chair. I wasn't sure if you'd seen me before, so if I look like I was just being really friendly and waving, I do apologise.
That's absolutely fine. Be as friendly as you like.
So I've got a couple of questions. Page 190, we have got the calls handled and resolved in adult social care. And I wondered, it says here that the resolved rate is reduced in the last 2 months due to a change in process agreed with our ops teams and customer contact, and then explains and says, but there's nothing that says whether that will be an improvement, whether that means it was a blip and whether it will now improve or grow at a faster rate. So I wanted to ask about that. I have got 2 other questions. Do you want me to do them one at a time, or they're quick because I'm brief?
If we could do them together.
Yep, that's fine. So my next one is about the number of overdue Care Act assessments. Seem to be falling. They've picked back up and are obviously way above target. Are they something transformations are not being able to change? Because obviously the effect of this on those waiting, on their families, is enormous. And most of us have experienced that in our inboxes or even in our personal lives. I just wondered what's the work that's going to be done that will improve that, and are we expecting to reach those targeted outcomes at best? And then I've just got one. There's nothing on enforcement and in planning, so I'm jumping to a completely different area. But I was just wondering why, because this is a big hot potato for a lot of us at the moment.
Thank you for that. First one is, yes, it's a blip. We do expect it to come back. Always when we have change of staff, whether that be in our contact centre or whatever, we need to re-talk and re-have those conversations. So that work has been done and we will see that improving. And I've already seen it improving because we monitor this on a weekly basis and a monthly basis. In terms of Care Act assessments, as you can see in the narrative there, it has now improved. This was a point in time. But what always happens is if your contacts come down, you receive more assessments coming into the service, and that is what's happened. We've also had really good international recruitment over the last few months, which has been fantastic in terms of through Morgan Hunt. So we've got more staff in. However, when anybody new staff comes in, it takes a bit of time to get them up to the pace that we require. So we should see that coming down again, and I can already see it coming down. So you should see that going forward.
And enforcement?
Yeah, just so we're all clear, there's a vast array of key performance indicators that are used across services. Planning enforcement, I'm no doubt, will have their own. The question is, how many of those do we escalate into this process in this cycle? So we could easily fill hundreds of pages with the data that's collected. I think it's a broader question as to what members see as adding value in these reports. If that is one around planning enforcement, then of course we will happily comply. But it's depth versus breadth, I think, here. So that, I think, it's a question for you as members to consider what you want to see.
Okay, thank you. And Mandy.
Thank you very much. I'll roll them all into one. So they're all different topics. So we'll see how we go. So my first question is around percentage of homes that do not meet decent home standards. This is standing at 3.6, which feels high when looking at the commentary. And I also note that the figures are for up to 10,000 homes. We're not far short of that. So I'm just wondering if you go above 10,000 homes, whether that changes a lot. So that's on page 192. My second question was around the number, page 198, the number of families in B&B for more than a week. It's gone from 1 in Q1 to 7 in Q3, and I think the target is 0. And the last one is complaints answered within 10 working days is only 48%. I think this is woeful. I think a measure of any organisation is how it deals with its complaints. My concerns are with the organisational restructure and the changes in some service delivery. We are bound to see that those are going to increase, and I'm not quite sure whether the plan's sufficient to improve that. Actually, I think even the target of 75% is low. We should be aiming for 100% within 10 days. With few exceptions. And the last one, what would you like to see as a key indicator? I think given our increased reliance on capitalisation direction, I would like to see an overall figure of what the asset sales are achieving in year to really have that assurance that enough is coming in to cover that capitalisation direction request. Thank you.
Okay, an eclectic combination of questions there. Decent home standard.
Yeah, I think the question there was, how do we compare with providers of homes in excess of 10,000? So they're grouped. Effectively, we use national statistics as well as regional statistics, and we fall into the category of a stockholder of 10,000 or less. So we don't compare ourselves to those over. So we'd have to go back and look in order to be able to answer your question. I think the narrative in the report is quite clear that we're not where we want to be. There's a greater level of work to do. Quite often people will assume decent and safety mean the same thing, and they don't. So the level of loft insulation in one's loft can mean that a property falls out of decent home standard. That does not make it unsafe. It does mean that we've got works to do and we need to improve upon that. However, it doesn't mean automatically that a non-decent home is a non-safe home. So I would make that point.
Can I just respond to that? I would hope that we would want all our homes to be decent and safe.
Yeah, I think it could have gone without saying, but thank you for saying it. Families and B&B, Sarah.
Yes, thank you. I think it actually does say in this section that this is a large increase in December, January. It will fall to 1 at the end of January. In fact, I think it's 2 today we've got in this situation. It is quite low. We do obviously want it to be nil. We've recommissioned the Move On facility, which is the thing that you need to do to get people out of the B&B. So that should work better going forwards. And we are working on our prevention team, working to prevent people becoming homeless if they possibly can. We work with families, work with landlords to try and stop people being made homeless if that's at all possible. I have to say, and this is a personal comment, there is still a view out there amongst the public that if you become homeless or if you feel that you're going to become homeless, you can just ring up the council and they'll find you a house. And we will have to house people, but it won't necessarily be what they want. It won't necessarily be the home that they are dreaming about. It will be in temporary facilities until we can find homes for them. And that is part of the not having enough homes across Somerset for our families. And I really regret that, but it is a fact of life at the moment. And we hope that more will be built under this, more affordable homes will be built under the new government initiatives.
Okay, complaints in 10 working days. Alan?
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for the observation on the performance issue. This is a key concern that's been identified within the service area from a complaints management perspective. And following the restructure element, we'll have that clarity in each of those structures and the accountability within the individual officers to ensure that we can follow that up. In addition, we will be enforcing the complaints management process and procedure that we do have in place, but inevitably that has drifted slightly. So it is an area of concern and we are looking at this and we would hope to see performance improve in the next quarter as part of the interventions we're putting in. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Just to respond, complaints don't go away. And my concern is if you are not responding to them, you are going to suddenly have a backlog that then becomes even more and manageable. So I'm pleased to see your focus on it. And just responding around the number of homes that we talked about. When I looked in the last report at the number of households in temporary accommodation and bed and breakfast, that wasn't particularly high. So yet the 7 is high. So I was just trying to work out the connection between the two, but I will leave it there for time, Chair.
Thank you. Diogo?
Thank you, Chair. I've got 3 as well, which I will group together, 3 different ones, touching on what Councillor Trimnall mentioned or raised around the Care Act assessments. Just one element of that, which I don't think has been raised yet. Obviously, I think, whilst I appreciate all the work ongoing, I think there's kind of a relative stagnation, at least in the numbers reported. I did note within the text, though, that the updates are presented to the Somerset Safeguarding Adults Board. I wondered if there's any feedback that's received, and if so, is that shared with members for transparency? If not, can it be? So that's around Care Act. The other one is around environmental health, page 192, looking at food hygiene. Probably declare an interest because I've grown up around the food industry for years, and I hate it when an environmental inspector walks through the door. But regardless of that, just really concerned actually about the percentage numbers there. The target is 100% for those to be completed, and it's been going down over the last 6 months, down to 54%. Do you know, I think that's a public health kind of concern to me, because who knows what's going on there. So I want to understand, why have we seen that clear downward trend, and what's being done to reverse it? And it may also be helpful perhaps to know the actual number of inspections or interventions rather than a percentage, just to give us a better understanding of the situation. And the third and final one is page 203, around workforce staff sickness. It would be good to be able to compare, looking at the last quarter, 2.98 you've got there, working days lost per full-time equivalent. I appreciate the comments around winter, around staff restructuring, perhaps having an impact on that as well. But it'd be good to compare that to last year, if the data is available, to see how much of an impact potentially the staff restructure is having on staff sickness.
Okay, so Care Act assessments, Mel? Sarah?
So Care Act assessments, we have just answered a similar question to, but I'm more happy to say the Care Act assessments are reducing, which is what we said. In terms of safeguarding, because I think that's what question you were after, was actually why has our safeguarding not and in that space. We've got a few individuals at this moment in time which we are working alongside the police with, and when that happens it takes a bit longer for us to actually deliver and complete. We have reported that to the Safeguarding Board and they are fully aware of it. I am more than happy to have a conversation out of this meeting with you around where we are, what we do. That's perfectly okay, we can do that. So I'll set something up with you so that we can explain that fully.
Thank you. Environmental health, Duncan?
Thank you. So we have got issues with staffing here. We have got a recovery plan which is in place and been agreed with the Standards Agency, who are the national body responsible for this. They've approved that plan, and we're bringing in some contractors to help us. The new structure on this will give us quite significant assistance, because we have struggled to keep people in the team on the previous structures. So the new structure will give us that clarity. So we should be able to recover the position within timetable. The Food Standards Agency feels acceptable. And then the new structure as it comes in, hopefully we'll be able to recruit to. If we can't recruit, we'll still be at risk of having to use external staffing. I don't know if Mr. Hall wants to add anything.
No, that's everything I was going to say. Thank you.
Thank you. And on sickness, Liz?
Thank you, Chair. I'll look at Nicola Miles in case I get this wrong. I think the first column is Q3 last year, 23-24 year. And so we do have that direct comparison with a year ago. And we also have Q4 there for 23-24. So we know what we're looking for as a comparison for the final quarter of this year. And if the sun would keep shining, as it is shining beautifully on my back at the minute, I'm sure everyone will feel a lot better. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I see we have Sue Osborne with her hand up again. Hi, Sue.
Hi, thank you, Chairman. Thank you for indulging me. It's going back, I guess, to planning. And probably the reason I didn't raise it at the time was because that indicator seems to have been removed. And that is the whole issue of enforcement, which I think is, as has been rightly pointed out, is a very hot topic. So it's really more a plea. Can we have some performance indicators as to how well we are doing with enforcement? Are we getting those backlogs down? And at what point do we actually resolve those cases?
Thank you.
I think there should be something back in there. Just taking it out doesn't get rid of the problem.
Thank you, Mr. Hall.
I wish it did.
Yes, I'll just reiterate that obviously it's a matter for executive to consider what the content of the report covers. There is a wealth of information available across a range of services. Not all of that feeds into this report. So if the request from executive is for us to include that in future, I'm sure we'll be able to.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank
we've
you,
got,
Mr. Hall.
we've just got a thumbs up from Councillor Rigby. I'm liking his style of answering questions. I'm looking forward to something more complex. Well, then we must ask him something particularly difficult. Nicola Miles.
Yeah, just to add the question regarding environmental health and food reviews, we do have the actual numbers of assessments that we should be doing, so we can add that as an extra line above the percentage.
Yeah, I think that would be interesting to see. Thank you, Nicola. I do hope Councillor Rodriguez isn't scaring off our staff when they come to inspect any establishment he's associated with as well. Nicola, thank you so much for all your work on these reports as always. And we move to the recommendation, I believe, just to note the reports. Yeah, so I'm just take guidance. Does that need a resolution, or was it just noted? No, I think you. No, I think we're happy to note. Which moves us on, and we are 36 minutes behind schedule, just so that colleagues are aware. Not that I want to put anyone under pressure, but if we can keep comments pithy, it does help. My life, my future. I've got an echo. Have we de-echoed? Yes, excellent. Thank you. So my life, my future. Agenda item 9. Councillor Sarah Wakefield to introduce, and then hand over to Mel and Emily.
Thank you, Chair. This is a really good story. I just want to say that to everybody. We've had some up and down things, but this is a really good story. This is coming to close out as a programme now, which is the right thing to happen after the work that they've done with us. I would refer members to the executive summary, which does set out really what they've been doing in as short a term as possible: reablement, use of data, preparing for adulthood in particular. The aim was to save £10 million a year. We've saved that, and it's stretched into the stretch target of 14 million, which we're expected to achieve this year. And this is going to be sustainable for the long term. These are really positive things to happen for this council, and we are delighted to present the report. Thank you very much.
So I'll just do a quick start on this. What I want to do first of all is say thank you to you as an exec. It was a really tough decision for you to say, yes, let's run with this. You will all know that it took us a time, but we actually got there. And I think what it's proven is that if you get the right transformation in place and we embed it within our services and get the help to deliver it after we have done a good diagnostic, we get the results. And I think that's credit to yourselves for actually enabling us to do this. And more importantly for me, yes, it's saved money, and obviously that's important, but more importantly, what it's done is it's changed people's lives. And not only our staff, because it's to change the way in which our staff are viewing things and working. But you'll see later on just a couple of stories, because for me, this is all about outcomes. It's about outcomes for the people that we support and better outcomes for them. And if we get better outcomes for people, we always save money. It's just what happens in services, because people don't want lots of new flashy things. They just want a quality of life and a life that they can that they have that is a similar life to what we can have. So I think that's been really important. I'm going to just do this and hand over here while Emily will take you through. Well, and we'll try and do it as quickly as possible.
Thank you, Mel. There we go. Has that come up? Yeah. Yes. What we wanted to do was just take you through some of the kind of key highlights of the programme. So I think some of you might have seen this on a members briefing towards the end of last year as well, but I think worth sharing again. So just going left to right through some of the work streams. Our first one, we worked with our reablement service, which is a short-term service that works with people typically after a crisis to help them become more independent, get back their kind of skills and confidence that they've lost. And you can see in the first two things on this slide, we're supporting people 25% faster through that service. So we've reduced the length of stay in that service from 23 days down to closer to 17. And what that means is we can have 40 additional people every month accessing that service, coming out of hospital, having access to that service and being able to stay safely in their own home for longer. In terms of our social work teams, we've seen the average wait for a Care Act assessment decrease, and our teams that we worked with are now completing around 30% more Care Act assessments. We saw a little dip in that over Christmas, but the numbers, particularly towards the end of January, in our neighbourhood teams have been the highest number of Care Act assessments in kind of the last few years. So positive that that's continuing to sustain. What that's meaning, although we're doing more Care Act assessments, the rate at which we place people into long-term placements has dropped. So that's equivalent to around 130 more people every year being able to stay in their own home rather than be admitted to a long-term residential placement. And as Mel said, there's obviously a significant financial benefit to that, but also more importantly, it's allowing people to stay independent, stay at home where they'll do better and stay happier for longer. Towards the right of the slide, where it goes a bit red and orange, is our learning disability work streams. So we've got 30 people, it's more than 30 people now, who working with one of our provider partners who are on the path to learning new skills, where we've identified that they had the opportunity to become more independent. If we could support them with learning new skills, they could do more for themselves. And some people, and I'll touch on the story in a second, where we're even thinking about stepping them down into a more independent accommodation setting as well. And again, I'll touch on this in a slide in a second, but with our Preparing for Adulthood team, we're now assessing people, it's actually more than 2 years earlier on average now, I think it's nearer 3, where we were assessing them on average kind of around the age of 20, so they'd already become an adult. We typically put in some kind of short-term placement for them. That team are now on average finishing their assessments at 17.5 for those young people. So we have a plan, we know what we're doing, and that's also seen a massive impact on the average cost of care for those people when they turn 18 as well. And then the last one is just around, again, like Mel touched on it, but the impact of the staff. I think it's been, well, I would hope, but I think the feedback we've had has been that it's a positive experience for all those involved, and it's felt a genuinely kind of collaborative programme where we've brought their ideas to bear through the kind of design phase that we worked on. I'll just do 2 of the kind of stories. So this is a young man called William who lived in supported living in Frome. The thing that really stuck with me when we went and did a desktop review with our provider partner and the people who were caring for William, the thing that was frustrating him is he couldn't bring his friends over in the evening because it's a supported living placement, there's other people there. He wanted to hang out with his friends past 6 p.m. and actually he was really keen to be able to live on his own, have his own front door and do what he wanted, which is have his friends round. Using things like the 24/7 grid and some of our new reviews process, we're working through with his provider, how do we help him to learn the skills that would enable him to live on his own? And so some of those things are around how does he keep a safe and clean home that we're supporting him with, and making an application to Home Finder so that eventually he can actually live behind his own front door and do what he wants to do. And some of the quotes there from himself and from his support worker that is feeling like a positive
positive process for people. And we've probably used this one a lot, but it's still one of the more kind of impressive graphs, I think, and so keen to keep sharing it. So this is that average age of finishing a Care Act assessment for our young people in our Preparing for Adulthood team. And you can see it's the nicest downward graph of we're now down towards 17.5, the average age at which we're assessing those people. It gives us more time to learn about them, themselves, their needs, their family, and gives us more time to work on having the right placement for them in the long term. And the bit that's probably one of my favourite bits about this work stream, the team had access to this graph every week, and they could really see when they did an assessment, this graph was changing, and that kind of became a really good motivating reinforcement for that team, and actually giving them the view of the data that said, you do X, thing Y happens that makes a difference for people was really positive. And so that quote there on the left, I don't think I saw in the comments you made, didn't think you'd see the day that people would love collecting data, but they do now, which is positive. I won't do the last story in the interest of time and leave us to questions.
The thing that perhaps we haven't covered enough, and it is in the report, is some of our lessons that we've learned. So I'm not going to go over those, but please take note of our lessons that we've learned. And one of the things we could have done better, and there's always learning from everything we do. One of the things we probably didn't do well enough, and it's because of such change that we have as an organisation, is push that learning out to the rest of the organisation. So adult social care are really used to using data. Our teams are used to using it. And that's now, if I stopped using that, I would have a huge barrage of what do you think you're doing? They're absolutely clear about how do we make sure that we do, in order for any transformation, that we understand the why we're doing it. And we've done the work to help us to do that deep dive into what are we trying to change and how do we measure that change and how do we measure the impacts. What we could have done better is made sure that that was translated across the whole authority. I think because the authority was in such flux last year and continues to be, we haven't done that as well as we could have done. And I think that's a learning for us all of how do you, in a time of flux, still embed new things across the authority. Something to learn going forward. But I think we're in a very different place. So I'll open it up to any questions.
Thank you. First of all, just thank you so much for the presentation, all the work that's gone behind that from yourselves and from the whole team. It really has. We can see the difference that it is making to residents' lives who are particularly vulnerable, and it is hugely appreciated. Any comments or questions? I'll go to Richard and then to Heather.
I'd just like to echo what you just said, Sir Evans, and it was interesting you said about the pressure that the executive was under to go through this. I think at this point it should be right to mention the late Councillor Dean Ruddle, and I think it was the work that he did under extraordinary pressure from all around the council, but his steadfastness, I don't know if that goes for other members of the executive, but to me it was his steadfastness that actually drove this programme at that time, and obviously Councillor Wakefield has taken it forward and worked really hard to make this work, and of course Heather Shearer as well. But there are many members, but I just wanted to put recognition for Dean Ruddle.
You, Heather. Were you next?
I was next, I think. Yes, thank you very much, and I appreciate that. I'm sure all of the work's really gone on in adult social care, but it's nice to know we have supported it, and I think it's the right thing to do, and it's kind of paying off now. I guess it was a question really for you, which the diagram, that first slide, which you've got back up now, is great. I'm kind of not at all surprised to see at the very end that 90% of our staff feel they can make a difference. That's how if I've bumped into your staff, that's kind of the impression I get. I suppose what I'd like to understand is, one of the things about the whole programme was to enable staff to sustain what you do when you withdraw. So how assured and how are you assured that staff now feel they can take it on and do the things differently and in the way we need to do them?
So one of the tools we've been using as we've gone through, it's called Sustainability Matrix. It's matrix is jazzy. It's essentially a table of what are all the things that we've done. What does good look like in sustaining them? So each work stream and each work stream sponsor. So we had a work stream sponsor from operations and commissioning for each work stream. They've owned that, and through that kind of implement and sustain phase, they've been owning, are we hitting what we need to hit to enable to sustain this? Where we're not, where's the action plan? What are we going to do about it? And so we've been focusing on that in the last few months of 2024. We've also got a series of health checks planned in for this calendar year. So where there's areas, if we haven't sustained or if we're thinking that that's less secure, some of the programme team kind of come back. We've got the next one actually in the second week of March, where we'll be picking up any areas and any action plans that we need to make sure that we do kind of sustain these results into the future.
I think the other thing that you can see is in next year's MTFP, you can see some new transformation coming forward, and that's about learning those skills that they've learned and continuing on with that. And that's not about me or any of my senior team doing it. That's about staff within the service understanding it and taking that forward. And you can see that, and they're wanting to, so they're using the same skill set. They're asking more data, which is great, but the right data, because we had so much data at the beginning of it, it was untrue. But actually it's having the right data that is focusing on them for our frontline team to use on a daily basis, so they see the successes. And you can see that and you can hear that.
Can I just add a further thing about the preparing for adulthood again, because I didn't know this before I did adult social care, so I'm assuming there are people in this room that don't. But the state regards you as an adult when you're 18. I don't think any of my children were grown up properly when they were 18, and I'm sure most of us in this room would agree with the same thing. So it is a bit of a cliff edge when you become an adult because of the way you're treated by the services. So the wraparound care that you get as a child, it is not the same as adult care. So this preparing for adulthood, it really needs to happen well before 18. And we are going to push that down as far as we can, because we know the people who are going to be in our care when they're 18. We know them in advance because they're in care usually as children. And I just wanted to make that point that was a really big jump from where it was to where it is now, and what a difference it will make to the lives of the people in this county to get that right. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from colleagues on the executive? Go to Lucy Trimnell.
And thank you, Chair. So I've got a couple of questions. The first one, there's a big space where my name should be on the list of consultees, and I wondered whether I could have it added just for prosperity, really, whatever the word is.
Sorry, I can only apologise.
It's fine. It's just,
we'll make sure you have your place in posterity.
It was a big space, an extra big space as well, you see. So it really stood out to me. And, if one of my, I don't know, anyway, look, table 1 on page 213, I just wanted to know the savings that are on that page, are they cumulative or are they each year savings? Do you want them all in one go? Would that be easier? Yeah. Okay. So you talk about on page 216, it says about collaboration with provider organisations, and I wondered, are we sort of encouraging that transformation? I think you have answered some of that, but that transformational activity with those partner organisations that you're working with, and also within the council as a whole. And I touched on that earlier with the SEND issues. And then finally, on the same page 216, there's the programme learnings on what could have been done differently. Now you've done this, you're not going to do one again. So where do those learnings go? How can they be applied in any other format or place?
Okay, so cumulative, it's year on year savings. So it's not just a one-off, it will continue year on year. And we're growing that, as you can see, part of our MTFP. Some of the reasons that adult social care is coming in underspent this year is because we've made more money than we expected to make because of this. There's lots of other reasons, but you can see that, particularly in our residential and nursing setting, and how we're having less people go into that setting. So expected to happen, it's happened a bit quicker than we expected. And that's probably because we've had some people leave the service over the winter period. So that's a given in that space. In terms of providers, yes, at the moment, in terms of our learning disability, what we've done is we've worked with Discovery as one of our biggest providers, and they've been really, really useful in helping us and wanting to work with us because they've got quite a few people living with them and living in different settings, they've wanted to do that. We will now spread that to 2 or 3 other providers. We want to keep it small because we want them to learn. And the other thing that our providers said to me the other day, and I was talking to them, they said, we will do it, Mal. I said, because we've got lots more people coming through. So you don't lose people by doing things better. There's all loads of people coming through. They wanted to see that. Discovery have been able to show them that. So we'll do that with some of our other providers, but we'll do it slowly and pick people off. We also have to bring our families with us at the same time, because families often worry that we're making more people independent and is there more risk in that space. So it's a slow go with people with a learning disability, but we keep going and we will continue to do that. And finally,
the only other one, just on the partner organisations, I think worth mentioning is in the reablement space. So a lot of that work around the length of stay reduction I mentioned, so how long people take to be reabled, a lot of that was driven through work with our partner organisations and alongside ourselves, alongside colleagues from Somerset Foundation Trust, but our providers changing their ways of working as well. So we had really positive kind of support and buy-in from those groups as well.
and it's interesting because we're recommissioning that service at this moment in time, we're talking to our providers again, and they're really good at telling us what's working, what isn't working, and how do you keep that going. It's about listening to them, but also helping them at the same time. So you did a lot of work around rotas, around how do you do things differently. You know, how we know we're a rural county, so how do you do some of that differently? How do we map people in that village, in that street? How do we make sure we do those differently? And that's really helped and helped them at the same time. So it's about a win-win for everybody.
Thank you. And Councillor Stanton.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to reinforce what Mel just said. If you pick up bottom of page 216 and the beginning of 217, that's all about learning. And the really great thing that Mel and her team have done over the last nearly 3 years is to become a really learning organisation. As she was saying, listening to people, understanding what's going on, understanding the data, and then making behaviour change to follow. It's really difficult to do and really impressive the way things have gone. So thank you.
Thank you. Yep, excellent comment, which I totally agree with. Not seeing any other comments or questions, so thank you so much for updating us on this. Just checking, I don't think there's any recommendation that's needed on that item. I'm aware that we've got the corporate peer challenge report next, and it's 5-1. So I'm just asking members' guidance. Would you like us to take a short break now? And then, okay, so we'll take a 10-minute break. We'll say 1:10. We'll give you 14 minutes to take a comfort break and then reassemble at 1:15. Okay. Okay, thank you very much for bearing with us while we just took a quick comfort break, and a couple of members are just grabbing a bite or two of lunch. So please do excuse if you spot that on the camera. We'll crack on with the corporate peer challenge report, which is item 10. And can I invite Alan Jones to introduce?
Thank you, Chair. I'm conscious of time, so I'll be brief. I just wanted to make sure that we had introduced this report so that members were clear on its purpose and what the next steps were going to be. So it's important to set out that this is part of the continuous programme of review and improvement that's been taken forward since the Council's vesting, and of course about securing external feedback and guidance. Members will remember that pre-vesting, we had the benefit of a review from our LGA peers looking at our transformation programme through LGR. We then subsequently had another mini review as part of our approach to transformation. And then finally, this was a full corporate peer review that took place commencing on the 12th of November. There was a huge amount of work that went into this, and officers and members and our partners were engaged in this process, and a number of them were interviewed through that week, commencing week the 12th of November. The peer review team were considered to be some of the best peers that the LGA could find, and that was a very deliberate decision on behalf of the LGA in order to provide a thorough review of the organisation and provide members and the LGA a really clear understanding of our council post vesting day. It's fair to say that this report has also captured some interest from colleagues in MHCLG because it's the first of its type since unitarisation took place. So of the family of councils that went through LGR in 2023, we are the first to go through this process. So we have spiked some interest, certainly with colleagues in government. As I say, we benefited from an experienced group of peers, and they provided us robust and clear feedback. It's fair to say as well that this was a very standard peer review report. It wasn't amended, wasn't tweaked, wasn't adjusted in any way, shape or form by the council or by the peers. The importance being so that there was something that was truly comparable with other councils, but also gave us the opportunity to understand some of the core components of an LGA peer review. So this wasn't, and there was nothing amended as part of this overall approach. Some of the key peer review findings are set out within the report, commencing with paragraph 7, but obviously the full report has been published. We are required to publish the full report, and we did so in good time. So that report was published on our website and obviously subsequently being debated by you today as part of the overall review process. This is not the this is not the last time that members will have the opportunity to review and debate the nature of this report and the council's response to it. In essence, we're taking this in 2 bites. This is the opportunity to present the report for members of the executive to consider its findings and any key areas they wish to emphasise as part of the action plan, but importantly consider how they want to take that forward in advance of the adoption of the action plan in early April. The council is required to develop an action plan in response to the LGA peer review, and we are required to adopt that and put it in place by the 12th of April, all of which has been factored into the governance process associated with this report, and that will be considered at the executives meeting on the 4th of April. At that point, Chair, I'll pause because the report speaks for itself in terms of some of the key findings. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan, and thank you for all the colleagues who work with the corporate peer challenge team who managed to successfully organise their visit for when I was on annual leave. So I do particularly appreciate the steps that they took. Of course, I spoke with the lead member peer in advance and did watch out for communication during the process as well. Lead member comments, Sarah.
Yeah, thank you very much, and thank you for that introduction. And I think you did say this, but I mean, you did say it's being the first one of the unitary authorities of that cohort to have it. And I think what I understood from you and from the chief executive is that we welcome this as a stage in the process, because the formation of a unitary and the transformation that we have to go through in order to make it work properly is such a big effort, it's such a big thing to do, that to have somebody come out independently and review it for you so they can see where you are, it's like a stage on the process. This is where you've got to, this is what you need to do next. Really helpful. I see that as helpful. With regard to the action plan, which is obviously going to come forward, I mean, would you say, Alan, have we started that already? Have we started some of the processes that they recommended already? Perhaps you could just just set out where we've got to.
Through you, Chair, and thank you for the question. In short, yes, there are a number of activities that are already underway. Some of those are a feature of the budget setting, for example, and making sure there was clarity around how we were going to set that budget, be really clear what the implications were going to be, but in addition to that, how we were going to fund and prioritise transformation moving forward. In addition to that, there are a number of areas that, again, set out in budget papers and others that set out some of the key steps around policy development and ensuring there's a way forward with that, and also bringing forward some of the things that you have already agreed as executive and making sure they are formed into one plan. So there are a number of activities that are underway, and certainly the action plan wouldn't be seen as a bespoke piece of work. It would essentially draw upon other areas of activity, be it the annual governance statement, be it the response to the work that the auditors have done for us in that review, but also some of the policy development pieces that you've already started as an executive moving forward. So a huge amount of work is underway already, and that really this is just bringing into sharp focus for the action plan.
Thank you. I do remember this as an extraordinarily busy week. And so I'll add my thanks to all those people who worked so hard to make it work so well. The whole week did feel very positive, even when it was at its most challenging, which probably for me was the meeting with the senior finance peer, Denise Murray, who's currently the Best Value Commissioner at Slough Borough Council. So I hope she had a more pleasant time at Somerset. But the words that she left me with were set your budget, reset and refocus your council. And as she said those words, and some of the words not exactly in that form, but they are in the report, and that is what has stayed with me. And setting the budget is absolutely, we can't move anywhere without setting the budget for 25-26. But that kind of reset and refocus and that move into the all council transformation, we are at that point now. We are right on that point now, and we have got some fantastic learning in children's and homes and horizons, in adults with Newton and in other areas. But I think we've done enough and achieved enough to know where we want to be. And I think we know that we've still got at least another year of really hard work ahead of us. But how we do the next stages is, of course, the bit that interests me most at the moment. And the fact that Maria, as our 151 officer, has made allocation within the budget papers that we'll see on Monday and Wednesday next week to allow for the costs of transformation under capital receipts flexibility and also under capitalisation directive. I really welcome that, because I think our senior team of officers have all worked together to put us in the right place at the minute, but we are at that fork in the road and we need to go the right way now. So we've got the auditor's annual report, we've got the SIPFA review, we've got the corporate peer challenge here today. We've also seen an audit yesterday, the annual governance statement, and what we need is one response. We don't need lots of different responses to all of these different reports. We need one response that picks up everything that we have learnt and everything that has come into us from some of the best people in the country. So my thanks again to Alan, Duncan and the whole team who made this week possible for the Corporate Peer Challenge. And I can absolutely guarantee that we are here to make the best of it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I can remember when I first heard that this was going to happen. I think, like a lot of people, probably thought, "What now? Is this the right time?" Because we're certainly by no means through anything, or at the end of any process. We're very much in the beginning, and the report makes the target operating model is still very fluid. Everything is we're still finding our feet. But I think what's been and yes, that week was quite intense. I thought was. But I think the scope on page 11 of their report, when it talks about what it's been asking us and what it was looking for in terms of answers, I think is really important. That scope is really helpful. We would never have made the time to ask ourselves those questions, whereas they absolutely have. We couldn't have done it at that point. It's like when an inspection comes, you would never do that, but it's kind of good for you. But I think Liz's point as well about that kind of triangulation. A lot of people have been stomping all over us for all kinds of brilliant reasons and listening to us. This one could have been just playing back what we've said. And I think that's like kind of like a magical extra bit, which is not just saying they said this and they said that and they said this. It's pulling those themes together and making it sensible. So it's a really helpful starting point. But you're right. I think I asked a question in a different room about how do we make sure we don't have an action plan for this and an action plan for that and a set of recommendations for this. And yes, there'll be some coordination of that. And I'm sure we've got skills around the table. I'm sure we can do that and make sure we track it. But there is something about getting, and colleagues said to me, it's also about getting on with it and get it done. So that we now have the challenge of it's a bit like when Mel and Sarah were saying about the wealth of data they've got. It's almost too much. we have to make sure we keep focused on the key things and just decide what we're going to be going on and doing it quickly, but holding ourselves to account. So yeah, it's an interesting and helpful asset and set of information you can have.
Okay, that's the commentary from our colleagues in the room. I'm very aware that this now goes to scrutiny and then comes back to the executive with an action plan report. So I'm happy to take comments briefly at the moment, but I would advise that scrutiny is probably the best place to go into detail for it. But if you've got any headlines, that would be grand at the moment. So I've got Henry Hobhouse and then Lucy Criminal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've come in today specifically to talk on this particular paper on two accounts. The first is the scrutiny function, which is mentioned in here. We are about to go through a scrutiny review organised by Scott, and the feelings of the members of scrutiny is that, in my opinion, and I'm not speaking for all the chairs and vice chairs at this point, but they have all mentioned these things, it is very, very difficult at the moment to get a member interest onto the scrutiny committee agendas, and that we are not meeting enough. And I understand why it happened on Monday. We had a 7-hour meeting. The Monday before, we had a 5.5-hour meeting of the Climate and Place Scrutiny Committee, because we are not meeting frequently enough to look at what the members want to actually talk about. And we are not being brought in as the members, and we are being told what's on our agenda. And I can give you specifics, but I want to avoid that today, if possible, unless, Mr. Chairman, you wish me to do that. That's my first comment. My second comment is I find it absolutely unbelievable that in their report they have spent a page on the LCNs. I am, as my colleagues know, of the opinion that the LCNs are not functioning in a way that is sustainable and they don't need to be there. The situation is that I was part of a LCN, Wincanton and South East, which is functioning, and it's still functioning, but the number of parish councils is decreasing exponentially that take part, and getting the partners who the parish councils want to talk to, as in the police, as in highways, as in education, to talk about the schools, is very nearly impossible. And it needs to be looked at, and the report that goes back on this particular page needs to have input from members. And I think that is very, very important. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hobhouse, and Councillor Criminal and Councillor Chilcott.
Thank you. So my first question might negate the need for a second question. Which scrutiny committee is this coming to? I may have missed this.
My understanding is Corporate and Resources. Is that correct? Yeah, Corporate and Resources.
Marvellous. Then it negates my questions, and I'll save those for Corporate and Resources. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Mandy Chilcott.
Thank you very much. I wasn't going to speak, but I just feel I need to probably offer a different view on the LCNs. Talking to quite a few LCN chairs across the county, I think they work better in some places than others. I know in Exmoor it works very well and is valued. And West Somerset, we're not as advanced, if you like, as Exmoor have, and that we're newer. But just to cite a piece of work that's going on, we have got some towns and parishes getting together to look at some funding and bidding for some funding around mental health for young people in the area. That would not have happened without an LCN. So I think I could cite all kinds of instances where things are working. So I just felt it was fair to balance that, because I don't want everybody within the public to think they're not working everywhere. So I think it's a mixed picture. I think there's more to do. I think they will grow and develop, but all I would say to those that they're not working so well, hold the faith. And if you find something that your community can unite around and are passionate about, hopefully that will help drive them forward. But I just wanted to balance that dialogue. So excuse me for taking your time.
Right, thank you. I think Councillor Butt-Phillip wanted to make a contribution as well.
Yes, I did. I don't want to get into too much of the detail on LCNs, but just to say that the different experiences we've heard reflected from members are the reason why I think it's very important that we do a proper review of the work of the LCNs and how they fit within other parts of the council and the wider localities as well. The recommendation of the peers is that LCNs require further development and that we should consider how the benefits of LCNs can be better evaluated and communicated, reviewing form and function if appropriate. And I'm personally completely committed to ensuring that we do make sure that we better evaluate them, communicate them, and review their form and function. Just the one point I want to make in response to one of the points that has been made is that I am expecting the report that we will get back here in a few weeks' time, a couple of months' time, will be setting out how we are going to address the recommendations, rather than saying we've managed to address them all and here are all of the answers. So I would thoroughly expect that by that time it will reflect the fact that we are in the process of that review.
Yeah, thank you for responding on that point. Councillor Keach, you have appeared on our screens, but without your hand
I
up.
have.
I'm assuming you wish to address us.
I did. I thought I had my hand up. I apologise if I didn't. It's really to echo what Councillor Butt-Phillip has just said. I think we do need to reevaluate the LCNs. I think just suggesting, oh, let's do away with them is a retrograde step, because as Councillor Chilcott said, where they're working well, they really are working well. And we need to take some of the learning from certainly some of the pilot ones, of which Exmoor was one, and see how we can encourage the others to get to that point. I would be very opposed to them just going, because I think that is taking out a whole tier of where we deal with our public. And if organisations are not joining, then I think it's up to us as members to go and talk to them and find out why. I saw something last week, whether it was on a WhatsApp group or what it was. Well, if we did away with those, then we could use that money somewhere else. I don't think people understand actually how little money that is keeping the LCNs going, and we've had to really struggle for that. It is public health money, so it wouldn't necessarily be able to be transferred somewhere else. Anyway, that's all. I'm sorry my little yellow hand didn't go up, Chair.
That's all right. Other colour hands are available, and thank you for your contribution. I don't want to turn this into a debate at this stage about LCNs, because I think it's absolutely we're not at that point in the governance cycle, but we're all aware that there's some excellent practice, and there are some areas that need development. I think is how we perhaps most politely phrase it, and the importance of LCNs being bound into that prevention agenda is, for me, absolutely critical to their success as well. So, yeah, as Councillor Stanton pointed out earlier, we need to be a learning organisation, and we need to learn from where it's gone well. Okay, so the next step with this is to recommend that Somerset's final corporate peer challenge report is considered by Scrutiny Corporate Resources in March 25 to ensure that they've had opportunity to influence and contribute to the development of the subsequent corporate peer challenge report. And we look forward to that discussion there. Can I see a proposal for that recommendation, please? That was Councillor, I think it was Councillor Wakefield won that one, and I think Councillor Butler Phillip just beat Councillor Shearer to the seconding. And those in favour, please. Those against, that's clearly carried. Thank you very much, and thank you to all the staff who worked on that once again. We move on to item 11, the contract award for substance use services in Somerset. Now, I believe Councillor Graham Oakes is available. Graham, are you there? I'm aware that sometimes Councillor Graham Oakes does have to work unexpectedly, and as he's a nurse in a care home, so it does occasionally mean that he's called away. No, it doesn't look like he's going to be with us. So could I invite Alison Bell, if you just briefly introduce the report, please? Oh, Graham. There's a disembodied head. No, we've got more of you. And if you turned your mic on, we might have a voice as well. Would you like to unmute, please? If anyone can lip read, my apologies.
Graham, you're on mute.
There are so many people who wish there was a mute button on me, really, but it's apologies for that. It was, like I say, Somerset Council's fault. They, you know what Mel's like, making me work hard to try and get people in, and that's what we're doing. So that's all good news for that. The item we're looking at is the contract for the substance users, and Alison's going to answer all the difficult questions. I just wanted to make the point that this is a very specialist area, and we are looking to, if approved, we're looking to continue the contract with our existing provider who provide a drug and alcohol treatment for Somerset residents. It is specialist and it's an all-age service, so that's fairly rare in Somerset. But this is a challenging situation. It has been for a long time, but it remains a challenge that we need to address. And we believe that keeping a contract with the people who have been delivering the service, that consistency is actually quite important to the vulnerable people who we are serving. So I'd like to hand over to Alison, who will answer all your difficult questions.
Thank you, Graham. Alison. Would you like to introduce your officers? I'm sorry.
Yeah, of course. Good afternoon, and thank you, Councillor Oakes, for that introduction. I'm going to hand over to Matthew Hibbert and Jodie Redding, who will take us very briefly through this agenda item.
Matthew, Jodie, welcome.
Thanks very much. Thanks. I'm Matthew Hibbert. I'm one of the consultants in public health, the public health team here. And like you say, I think you've had a very long meeting, so we want to make this as concise but as informative as possible. We won't put the slides up on the screen, but I think we'll speak to them. So as Councillor Oakes has just introduced, this item is about awarding a contract for our substance misuse treatment service. And it's funny because I've been around in Somerset now working in this authority for 15 years, and I actually came in originally as the lead around commissioning this area around drugs and alcohol. And I note that coming back into this area after some years away, lots of things have changed, but there are a number of things that have come back round, and as things have a tendency to do. So recognising that nationally, we're now facing a policy environment, which we did actually a decade ago, which looks at our trajectory in supporting some of the most vulnerable people in our community, but taking them in a journey from preventing significant harm, and those are the harms that they may well experience themselves, or, as you will be well aware, the impact of people with substance misuse problems extends to all aspects of our community, our vulnerable children,
the antisocial behaviour that our residents have to experience and see sometimes the life chances and the early childhood experiences of some of our vulnerable children, and housing is another issue. I suppose we're all aware of the impact of substance misuse on those people that are rough sleeping. So my point being that the national context now gives us a driver which allows us to work with people through those initial stages of reducing the harm that they may present to themselves and to our community, all the way through to an abstinence-based approach which allows them to contribute significantly and become very active and important members of our community. So I think that's probably enough about the wider context. I will say that we have about 2,500 people that are accessing treatment in Somerset at the moment, and that's a really significant number, isn't it? But that's probably only about half of the number of people that have problems that could benefit from treatment. So we're aware that there is a gap that we are always striving to bridge. And I think with our new model of service, it gives us the opportunity to continue that that bridging process and hopefully expand our offer to more people. I want to hand over to Jodie. She's going to speak a little bit more about the way that the service is going to be delivered, and then I'll come back and say something about the contract process. Okay.
Thank you, Matthew. Good afternoon. I'm Jodie Redding. I'm the service manager for substance use. So I work for Public Health and contract manage the specialist drug and alcohol treatment service. Just in terms of the provision then in the service and what they deliver at Somerset Drug and Alcohol Service, so they are a specialist service, but actually I think what's worth noting is there is clearly an inextricable link with addiction and substance use with all of the wider issues that we're facing as a local authority. So when we think about offending behaviour, health, housing, crime, all of those facets and all of those factors are linked so closely to addiction that actually the reality is that unless we treat somebody's addiction, we are not going to reduce any demand on any of those wider services. And it's a really good point that Matthew makes around the numbers. So we get prevalence data around what the kind of model data is around how many people in Somerset we think are struggling with substance use, and the numbers are great. We've made great strides in terms of the numbers we've got in treatment, but there's still lots of work to do, I think. But just a snapshot really in terms of what provision is on offer. The treatment service are basically the service that offer the assessment, the care planning and the interventions around specialist treatment for people struggling with addiction from any substance. So even my mind sometimes when I think about addiction moves to somebody who might be using heroin, perhaps, and maybe street homeless, but there's also a number of people who are mums, women, working men who are struggling with alcohol, younger people who are struggling with cannabis. There's no set profile in terms of how far-reaching addiction is in terms of the residents of Somerset. So it's an all-age service and it's an all-substance service, essentially. Actually, for the first time yesterday when I checked the numbers, our alcohol treatment population is higher than our opiate and heroin population, which is the first time in I've been aware that that's happened. There's definitely been a tipping of the balance there, and that's a positive step in lots of ways. As a service, they've got 3 hubs across the county, so they do a mixture of one-to-one and group-based interventions for all of those people that are known to them, and we've also got lots of community venues that we tap into in terms of clinic appointments. So they're really trying as a service to have a really assertive outreach approach, just because of the nature. We have had to close some buildings in the county over the last few years. But we are trying to reach more vulnerable groups in terms of rough sleepers and those who might struggle in other ways to access the service. They're experts essentially in harm reduction strategies, so things like needle exchange. Some of you might have heard of naloxone, which is the overdose reversing treatment that can be used for people that have been taking opiates. So they are issuing and administering that, and they do lots of opiate substitution therapy. So lots of different ways of getting harm reduction messages out to try and reduce the harms, really significant harms that are happening to people that are addicted. We do lots of inpatient detox, community detox and residential rehab options. So they're obviously a key partner. That's never done in isolation, but in partnership with health, they are looking at that for options for people where that's deemed to be clinically appropriate. We've done lots of work over the last 3 years, essentially about setting up a specific criminal justice team. So when we think about people might have heard of sort of court-ordered community sentences. So rather than some people going to custody, we, the treatment service, manage people on those court orders. So most of you will have heard of the pressure on prisons. So part of the response to that is what can we do about these community treatment sentence requirements, and those are integral in terms of the delivery of the treatment service. As is releasing people, supporting people who are being released from prison. So a number of people who come out of prison with a treatment need for substances still need that support when they come into the community. So we work really proactively, the service work really proactively to try and make sure that that transition is really seamless. It's a really vulnerable time, that, in terms of people's health and the harms when they are released from custody. Just more generally then as well, some of you in terms of social media campaigns. So as a service, they're promoting, you might have heard of Dry January, and we've just got to the end of that, Alcohol Awareness Week, Recovery Months. There are lots of national campaigns that we've probably all heard of, that despite being a specialist service, we have got strands around trying to prevent use from escalating. So that we're trying to be really proactive in promoting those campaigns and engaging people in those. They, as a service, as a treatment service, do testing for all bloodborne viruses, Hep B and Hep C testing, which is really crucial in terms of the preventing any kind of ripples into the health service. And mutual aid referrals. So in our community, you might have heard of Alcoholics Anonymous, which is the most common one, but there are lots of other peer-led or co-led initiatives in some. So actually, more than I knew, it blew my mind a bit when I did the mapping around that. Actually, there's Narcotics Anonymous, Cocaine Anonymous, Smart Recovery, and we're just really closely linked with those, because this is another point when we think about the wider partnership. Somebody's treatment journey when they are in acute treatment is actually relatively short. It's the ripple impact onto the wider services and the support that they need post abstinence that is actually what's as important. So things like community-based mutual aid provision is actually really important. So we're really proactive there. But I could talk about it for hours, and I really know you're short of time, but just a snapshot.
Excellent, thank you, Jodie. So just to talk about the commissioning process that we've been through, I believe that we're one of the first services to go through the new provider selection regime, PSR process. And despite this being a requirement for local authorities to commission, this is, as you can tell, it's a health service, and it's a service providing treatment. So requirement on local authorities, but classed as a health service. And the PSR regulations, as I understand them, and I'm not an expert in procurement, but they do require us to undertake this new approach to commissioning for services that meet this category. We've been working very closely with our procurement colleagues to ensure that we're compliant with all of the expectations in this approach, and part of that has allowed us to direct award this contract to the existing provider. We have had to go through a detailed process of demonstrating that our existing provider is doing a good job of delivering what they currently have, and also that what we are expecting them to deliver with the new contract doesn't differentiate greatly from what they've been delivering up to this point. So that's a bit about the process that we've been through. And then I just wanted to come to the decision that we are asking for today. So we are asking executive to agree this direct award for the delivery of the specialist drug and alcohol treatment service, and that's to the current provider, which is Turning Point, branded as SDAS. So people may be familiar with the SDAS logo, Somerset Drug and Alcohol Service. I think we've had that, a long time that we've used the SDAS logo and title anyway. So this will begin on the 1st of April 2026. It will run for 2 years, and there'll be an option to extend for a further year. And just to underline my previous point, that officers have completed all of the necessary due diligence work, and we've complied with all procurement advice around that. I don't think you need anything else from us, but obviously you may have questions. I'm very happy for us to answer them, but I will stop there. Thank you.
So thank you both Matthew and Jodie for your presentations, and do appreciate the work in this very difficult area that goes on. It, as you quite rightly identify, it reaches across many areas of the council's work, and we know that prevention is the easiest approach, but actually responding is also incredibly difficult, and those people whose lives have been affected by those who misuse substances would very much appreciate the support that is offered, although it's not always as effective as we would like. So I've got Councillor Wilkins first.
Thank you for the report. Obviously, every individual is an individual person, but you referenced the fact that you felt that it perhaps wasn't reaching 50% of the people it could do, and that you're doing work to improve on that. Could I understand how that may affect this? Say you would never get to 100%, but if you were to significantly increase, how would that affect this? And how would that affect receiving the funding that would be required further, or is that already built into this contract?
Yeah, I'll start to respond to that and then ask colleagues if they've got anything to add. But the first thing to say is that we estimate that that's about 50%. And part of the problem, as you would recognise, is we work off some of the synthetic estimates that are produced around the numbers of people with drug and alcohol problems in our community. They're never 100% accurate. Sometimes there's a question about how accurate they really are. Saying that, we have nothing else to work with, and everybody else in the country faces the same challenge. So we do try to work as far as possible at looking at those areas where we may not be penetrating into those parts of the community where we would expect to see more people accessing services. So I think there's a constant review process that's part of our commissioning approach, which looks at both innovation and new treatment modalities and ways of engaging with people, supporting and treating them more effectively. So there could be shorter treatment interventions, for example, but additionally looking at ways that we can try to identify people in places or people at earlier stages than we have before. So that early intervention is clearly going to be better. Sorry, I'll pass to Alison.
Sorry, if I've just come in there. So the part of the national strategy, so the 10-year national drug strategy, the steer behind that was to increase numbers, so adult numbers in treatment by 20%, children by 50%, and some additional funding came along with that to allow an increased capacity of the service. So that goes some way to manage that. There is a reality that if everybody who was engaged in problematic or dependent use of substances was in treatment, we wouldn't be able to manage. But there is also a reality that that's a slow burner in trying to get to that point, and there is a trend around people who have addiction that motivation levels are quite, that you would, it'd be very rare to have of those that are not in treatment who need it, who are actually motivated to engage anyway. And even that sits with wider services then, because how services are managing that ambivalence around people who are using problematically and landing at GP surgeries and hospitals is a factor. So it's the balance of those two things. We have got a drugs partnership, system-wide drugs partnership actually that's looking at trying to pull that all together and how we manage those increasing numbers. And again, it's not just about the treatment service, actually that's a fraction. It's actually how are we collaboratively supporting these people, because you can't always compartmentalise the factors. So we're trying to approach it through that lens as opposed to just sheer numbers.
Is working. Just to come in, just two things to flag really. I think we are concerned that at the end of 25-26 the additional funding does come to an end, and we don't have clarity about that, and that will give us a significant risk as a council. And the second thing, I think the learning about addiction has moved on, and we recognise it as a chronic relapsing condition. So people will often dip into treatment, engage for a while, and then dip out for a while. So I think it's sometimes a revolving door. So we've got two risks really, mainly about the finances though.
Just to come back on that then, how are you going to evidence the good work that presumably will be created from this so that you can go back to central government and get funding further?
Every local authority in the country has been subject to this supplementary funding, and it's a ministerial decision about whether that continues. It was a 10-year strategy. This will be year 4 of the funding, so we don't know what the position will be, but we feed in case studies. We have discussions with the Joint Combating Drugs Unit nationally about the work that we're doing in Somerset. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and great to see this here. I just want to say before I ask my question, I'm massively in support of this. We do need to be bringing this kind of level of identification and treatment in, and I absolutely feel the kind of unspoken pain about how hard it is for those people who present, young and old, with a real complexity of need. It's very rarely just an addiction. There'll be everything else as well. And I know you'll be working on, I'm sure, things like how you keep people in the service, and how, you know, because it's those people who perhaps are signposted but don't take it up, or engage and then stop engaging, and they're adults. They're, you know, they can choose what they want to do. So it's a really difficult thing to get right. My question is a bit of an odd one. I was reading through the Equalities and Impact Assessment, which was part of the papers, which is great. And I was looking at it, now there's a thing. I would, not for now, but I'd really like to know, and well, I'm sure we'll say yes to this, so we'll find out more about it. But I'd really like to know how you would assess the impact for, I'm thinking of care leavers and care experienced, because that has become one of our kind of, you know, it's one of our discretionary protected characteristic. And I'm also thinking, because for those young people, they often fall into that very vulnerable, very, you know, very challenged lives. So again, just for the future, it's a bit of a rhetorical question, but I think, you know, if we can start, I think in our equality assessments, we see the impact for people who've care experience. I think that'd be really helpful.
Thank you. Yes, that's a good point. I'd take the point on that. And actually, my background is in children's, and I would hedge my bets to say that there's a disproportionate representation of care leavers and looked after children in the treatment service as there is everywhere else. But so, yeah, I hear you in terms of that needing some lens in terms of how we are being more proactive with that. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you very much for your explanation of the work you've done over procurement, because it's obviously extremely important. If I could just ask, please, that not now, because I'm sure it's not possible to do it right now, but the current and the projected risk score just need further clarification and work, because as it stands, it doesn't fit with the matrix that we're using. So the text is there telling us that the risks are lower. The explanation on procurement satisfies me that we've gone through the correct process, but if that could just be corrected at a later point, please. Thank you.
Yes, certainly we'll do that, Liz.
Thank you. And Sarah?
Just to say, I welcome this very much, and I think it's a really good use of the public part of the public health grant that we get. I'm hoping, as we all do, that the coordination between all the various agencies that work in this field will see an uptick as a result of this and other strategies, particularly obviously homelessness in my case, but you know, the NHS and the police and everything. We need to get this coordinated better. Everybody knows that, but we need to get that to happen. So, you know, that's my hope, but I'm really pleased to see this. Thank you.
If I may, Chair. So thank you, Councillor Wakefield. I absolutely agree. I chair the Drug and Alcohol Partnership, and we had increasing participation from key partners. But I think being a unitary authority gives us a really good opportunity, and a very visible example of that is that the housing teams and the public health team both receive a grant from MHCLG. This year, we actually coordinated what we're submitting, what we're asking for. And I think there's so many opportunities to do that going forward. So we commission services often that make them really easy to commission or to contract manage, but that often makes them really difficult to use as people. because we don't come in segments, we come as people with a whole range of issues. And so I think we really need to factor that into our commissioning going forwards as to how we reach into health, we reach into other departments of the council, and think about the needs of people as cohorts of people, and commission services to meet those cohorts of people rather than individual needs. That would be my suggestion.
Okay, thank you. I've got John Denton online next.
Hello, good morning, afternoon, everybody. Thank you. I believe Turning Point has a solid track record, and it's evident in its recent contract that I think it got in Bristol. And I also know that Somerset Council works so well with Turning Point, and which is why there is no option for us to consider. If something works well, we should, and we are able to, and we do support them in areas where they need to improve, we should continue the service. And also, thanks, Alison, for answering that question, but just to ensure that let's fingers crossed that we get the public health grant in the future, because this is vital work, and you guys are doing a great job in that area. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your support on that, Dawn. And Lucy Trimnell.
Thank you. I was the opposition lead for public health. A while ago, I went to visit this service in Yeovil, and the work they do in often difficult circumstances was quite incredible. They were so cheery and businesslike. The outcomes are very, very impressive as well. They really knew that. Honestly, it was the most fascinating visit that I didn't know what to expect, and I came out of it feeling quite uplifted. And I hope that the people who use the service actually feel the same. And I think that was the impression I got. The one question I did have was that you said it was for 2 years with an option to extend for 1 year. And it just, I wonder whether it creates an uncertainty in the system all the time, that you know, if you knew that you had a much longer contract, you would feel more established, and that feeling all the time of, you know, is this going to be up at the next review? I just wondered if there was any potential to extend that contract in the long run, or what's governing that short time period.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Trimnell. And I think it is, everyone is welcome to visit Turning Point and the services, because I think it is really helpful for people to understand the complexity of people they support, but also the offer that this council funds for those people. Just picking up your question, I think we recognise the commissioning landscape is extremely uncertain, and we don't want to tie ourselves into contracts that would prevent future innovation, if I word it like that. So this provider has just won the contract in Bristol, has just won the contract in Bath and North East Somerset, already provides in Wiltshire, and has provided us for a long time. So they're an extremely stable provider, and they actually manage a lot of the financial uncertainties that working for a local authority brings. Actually, they're a big national charity, so they absorb some of that. And the fact that we were only told our public health grant 2 weeks ago, you know, they manage that too. So that's the reason for this shorter contract, is we don't want to tie ourselves into a constrained service, recognising that we're part of an ICB now, and detract from future opportunities. And they were really comfortable with that. We had a very honest conversation with them and said, you know, we want to pursue a direct award. They said, we'd love a really long contract, and we're not in that position. And they said, okay, well, that's fine. You know, they're happy to continue providing the services here.
Thank you. That's reassuring that they're happy with that. I think that's the main thing, because you don't want them to sort of be looking elsewhere because they feel as though it might come to an end. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And Councillor Cage.
Thank you, Chair. I had the pleasure of attending the Turning Point, or ESDAS, annual general meeting last year. I can't remember if I represented Councillor Dance or Councillor Oakes. I can't remember exactly when it was. But having worked with drug and alcohol users over many, many years in the professional life, I was incredibly impressed at the work they were doing. I spoke to several service users who are there now and acting as peer support for other people. And that's an enormous benefit. So somebody who's been through the system, helping those people. So whilst I don't get a vote today, I would certainly support everything that's in the recommendation. You're not going to find another provider who has the breadth of experience that ESTAS and certainly Turning Point have, because quite frankly, they're not out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Val. Not seeing anybody else wanting to speak. So we need a proposer for the recommendation. Please, Councillor Shearer, seconded by Councillor Wilkins. Can I see all those in favour, please? All those against? That's clearly carried. And Alison, Matthew, Jodie, thank you so much for all your work on this. Thank you. Which brings us on to item 12, which is executive decision to confirm Somerset Council as the host authority and accountable body to the Somerset Rivers Authority Partnership, and invite Councillor Oakes to introduce the item. And I'm not sure who will go next, because we've got Councillor Stanton.
Yeah.
Anyway, we'll Councillor Oakes, you go first, and then we'll work it out from there.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Councillor Stanton will speak after me, and then I think it's David Mitchell as the officer. I think that's the plan. This is one of those unique moments in history that keeps coming up at Somerset, where we have to make decisions about the Somerset Rivers Authority, which is the only body of its kind in the country, and was set up after floods a few years ago. And of course, flooding's gone away, so we don't need to worry about that anymore. But today we have to make a decision formally about that we continue to host them and act as their accountable body. I'm going to hand it over to Councillor Stanton is the expert in the room from the councillor's side. So over to Mike.
Thank you, Graham. Thank you, Chair. Actually, floods do go away. The trouble is they keep coming back. I just want to make a couple of points, 6 points really, and then hand over to David, because this is a formal procedure we have to go through every year. It's 10 years. We're at a 10-year point. 2014 was when the floods happened that set up, caused the SRA to be set up. 2016 was when it actually had its first meeting. And we've put in place a new 10-year strategy, which is on the website, worth looking at, and an updated flood action plan. And one particular new thing is the Community Flood Action Fund, rejoicing in the initials of CFAF. It's all a FAF. Which is £200 set aside for mainly parishes to apply to do small local actions, because we've become very conscious that the people who know about flooding and what causes it and where the water comes from, where it goes to, are the local people. And the first tranche of bids for those funds ended at midnight last night. The last bid came in at 11:15 p.m. There were 17 applications altogether, coming to a total of 215,000, which actually looks as if that'll about work, assuming, of course, that all those 17 applications, or most of them, are validated. They have to be assessed by technical group and see if they're feasible and realistic to make grants against. I just wanted to mention funding, because we're running out of money. The 1.25% of precept that was set by the House of Commons order in 2015 is now only worth 0.87% of the council tax takes, because it was based on the 2016 council tax base, and so hasn't been updated as things have increased. The only increase that we've benefited from is when additional houses are added, which pay a bit add to the amount of council tax take. So that's becoming a problem, which I think we're going to have to address in the next year or two. Last point to make is that I'm very grateful to David and his team for their hard work. They do a lot of evening and weekend work, especially when floods happen, especially the community engagement officers who we were set up 2 years ago, who are doing a tremendous job with communities. And one of the reasons that that's happening is that flooding has changed. The big flood in 2014 was a slow spread across the moors over several days. The floods in the last 3 years have been mostly big flash floods. In case of South Petherton, where I live, an hour's rainfall managed to flood the co-op to a depth of 2.5 feet. What's that in meters? 0.7. We're facing a different form of the problem, but the problem's getting bigger. Thanks. Over to David.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of points from me. Just to emphasise the fact that the support of Somerset Council to the Somerset Rivers Authority is essential. As you know, we are funded through council tax, so Somerset Council's own organisation that can raise that on our behalf. And we thoroughly appreciate its role as an accountable body and the fact that it hosts me and my team. The amount of shadow precept, as Mike has referenced, is £14.65 per house, and that is the same figure as was raised in 2016-17. So positive that it doesn't go up, but becoming more and more challenging as time goes on. And just to add a couple of final things about, if approved, next year the SRA will be able to fund a further 14 schemes to a value of about £3 million. And whilst £3 million per year is not a huge amount in the grand scheme of things, it does achieve a lot, and over the years it has added up. So there's been about £29 million already raised locally for projects that really can be delivered based upon local priorities. So it does make a big difference. We're not constrained by some of those the kind of national funding mechanisms and things, which is always good for us. And the final point, I was just going to offer some reassurance to the council that Somerset Council is a key member, is well represented on our board. Obviously, Councillor Stanton is the chair, but there's another 5 councillors on the board. And as well as their own meeting governance, all decisions taken by the SRA do also have to follow Somerset Council's governance and financial regulations and things. So all decisions are formally taken through that process as well where necessary. And that was all I wished to add.
Thank you, Mike, and thank you, David. Yes, you're absolutely right that flooding goes away quicker in some areas than others, and certainly, yeah, representing a lot of the areas that were flooded in 2014. There was a long-term impact, and recognise the changing patterns of rainfall that we now see, the sort of incidents that happened in South Petherton and communities around very recently. So do appreciate that there's a variety of different issues around flooding in Somerset. Any comments from lead members, Richard?
Yeah, I just want to make a little bit of commentary on the setup of the Somerset Rivers Authority, because as you've referenced, it was the 2014 floods in which we had some visitors, namely King Charles, or Prince Charles at the time, and the Prime Minister, I believe, came and visited. And I do remember a promise at that time that money was no object when it came to floods in Somerset. And whilst to a degree the setup of the SRA is in part due to that, but it must be noted that when, for instance, other disasters happened, and I'll reference 2014, I believe there was a storm that caused a railway to disappear into the sea at Dawlish. And whilst Somerset is being expected to front the money as no object when it comes to the floods in Somerset, I don't believe that was necessarily the case in other parts of the country. But we are quite used to having to help ourselves in Somerset, especially when it comes to flooding. And I'm sure that will go onwards. But it's just an interesting aspect that I always find peculiar to our region.
It's just a very quick one. I may have missed it, but have we had any briefings from the Somerset Rivers Authority since we were elected? Because when I was at South Somerset District Council, we had a absolutely fantastic briefing. I think it would be really, really useful if we had something like that again that really explained to people what you do and how you can help. So I would request, if possible, that we could have something like that, please.
Thank you. I think it probably sits under a scrutiny committee now because it's of the unitary status, but and there used to be a scrutiny. Am I correct in saying there used to be a scrutiny committee for the SRA, and that's been absorbed into the climate and place scrutiny committee? Is that correct, Mr.
That's right.
Mike, you'll put me right.
Because there was the SRA was joint between the 5 predecessor councils, there was a joint scrutiny committee which ceased to exist from 1st of April 2023. And so the responsibility for scrutinising the SRA has passed to the Climate and Place Scrutiny Committee. And we did a presentation to them and they scrutinised in, what was that, November? November last year. So that's the formal position, but I mean, if a presentation to executive is needed or to full council, I'm perfectly happy to do that.
Or just a members briefing, even. That's what I'm getting at, because obviously we can't all go to all the meetings, and it'd be really helpful.
Yep, I think a members briefing would be helpful if that could be facilitated. Thank you, David. Henry Hobhouse.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to very quickly talk about the River Cam early warning system, which is a trial that the Somerset Rivers Authority have put together, which we've now got an app for. We have got 8 radar systems looking at the depth of the River Cam over the whole of its length. Those radar systems were installed by a Environment Agency gentleman, and they are not actually cleared by the Environment Agency to be used, but they are considerably cheaper than the official Environment Agency stuff. We now have an app which connects all these 8 units so that any smartphone or computer can bring up any of the depths of anywhere on the River Cam. And the app has an audio warning so that at 2 o'clock in the morning, if one of them goes red, it will wake you up.
That's really interesting to know about, and that sounds something that we would welcome. Mandy Chilcott.
Thank you. I know there's been a number of projects over the years that have been delivered, and I very much welcome them around Somerset. And actually, as with Councillor Trimnell, I'd like just to hear a little bit about them and how they're helping our communities. So my question is, firstly, when this was very initially set up, we were told it's going to be a temporary measure, the council's precepting. Is it now just that this is business as normal, or is there any forward plan for it to precept itself? I think, which is what the initial plan that was. That's my first question.
Come back on that. Yeah, it's a constant frustration, and it's the reason why the precept has diminished in value, because it's set on the 2016 base. The intention, as I understand it from my predecessors, Councillor Osman and Councillor Hall, was that the government would would pass an Act of Parliament which would set up rivers authorities all over the country, of which we would be one. Yorkshire, south of to the east of York was an example, and Lincolnshire. Incidentally, we just had a visit a month ago from Lincolnshire councillors who think we're an example of what they ought to be doing, but they don't know how to get the funding either. I mean, what actually happened in practice was that the Secretary of State for the Environment, who was due to pilot that bill through Parliament, was gone within a couple of months of the 2014 flood. The Environment Minister under him was gone within a couple of weeks, and it just seems to have got lost sight of, and it was never done. You'll remember that local Member of Parliament David Warburton put forward a private member's bill to try and achieve the same thing, really, set up rivers authorities all over the country, which I worked on a lot with Councillor Hall at the time, and with members of the House of Lords, particularly Lady Bakewell, who was the House spokesman on it. And it got stymied and stopped by the House of Lords Procedures Committee. There's a formal name for that committee which I can never remember. It sounds rather grand, but it's basically the Procedures Committee, which determined that it was a hybrid bill, that it gave powers to the Secretary of State, which the Secretary of State shouldn't have and that should belong to Parliament. And so it was stopped. And I can't see a way to restart this other than persuading a government that there should be rivers authorities all over the country. The problem is Lincolnshire would quite like one. Yorkshire are not interested at all. There are one or two other places that would be possibilities, but there doesn't seem to be, it's not top of anybody's agenda. So I think we're rather stuck.
Thank you. Just to respond, I think the challenge moving forward into the future is the value that you collect is going to reduce and reduce and reduce over the years. So it will get to a point where it becomes, I won't say valueless, but not as effective as it has been. So I hope somebody does pick that up somewhere. And the second thing is just to thank the chair really for acknowledging that flooding affects the whole of Somerset. Whilst we were very much understandably focused on the levels, we have got coastal flooding, we've got catchment flooding, and I think it's really good to always remember that different challenges with flooding around different areas of Somerset. And from what I can see, events are becoming more and more frequent as time goes on. So thank you for your work. But like I said, my longer term concern is the effectiveness will reduce as that funding becomes worth less. Not worth less, but worth less.
But we'll make sure the AI transcriber gets that correct. Yeah, by all means, I was going to make a comment, but please do make your comment first.
Thank you, Chair. I just I missed picking up on Councillor Chilcott's point about knowing, and Councillor Trimdall's point about understanding about what the SRA does. There's a really good website. There are 8 years worth of annual reports on there. Huge detail and photographs about all the projects that are done. We couldn't cover 1% of that in a presentation. We'll do our best, but that's the place to really understand what's going on. And Councillor Chilcott's quite right. The problem is different in every bit of Somerset. We're such a varied county. It's a huge and intractable problem. And she's quite right. We will eventually get to the point where the cost of our officers becomes too big a proportion of the available money, and it'll kind of run out of steam.
Yeah, the point that I was just going to add to that is, as colleagues might be aware, we have a quarterly meeting in person with our 7 members of the Parliament, and the topic we put for the One Book Next is around flooding and the possibility of one of them picking up a private member's bill, as understanding whether that's a route forwards to regularising this as a way forwards. It's a tricksy one if we don't sort it out sooner rather than later. It's going to turn into a problem. David.
Just on that specific point, Chair, undoubtedly the route to legislation would be a tough challenge, given the feedback that came from the Lords committees. However, one option that we haven't investigated, and which is something for Mike and I to maybe investigate further, is the original approach to putting the extra funding in the council tax base was to use it's called the alternative notional amount. I'm never quite sure how to describe it, but effectively deliberately put extra funding into the council tax base, done in such a way that it did not cut into the council's cap. So that was how you get that initial source of money for the SRA into the council tax base. So whilst it would not provide for a permanent solution to be a precepting authority, it might be something worth considering whether or not there could be traction to get some kind of increase through that approach at the appropriate moment.
That's an interesting suggestion. I think we'll take that away and take a look at what would be possible on that. I believe we've got Dawn Denton online.
Hello, thank you. I do think that we scrutinised it really well at Climate last year, and I think the thing I took away most from that is that the SRA does more than rivers. It's not an authority, but at least it's in Somerset, and 2 out of 3 isn't bad. So I think it does an amazing job. and also Mandy, I think you, as Meatloaf said, took the words right out of my mouth. I think everybody in Somerset is affected differently and in some way around flooding. I just have a couple of questions about the report. On page 34, there's mention of achieving EU requirements. I'm curious why we still need to make reference to EU requirements. Is that because British requirements are higher or maybe lower? And then the other question I have is, on page 43, the tolerance numbers are changed in the report, and could you clarify why this is? And then just finally, I just wanted to mention that I don't ever see a time when we'll not need the SRA. So yeah, those questions would be great if I could get an answer.
If I could just ask for a bit of clarification about the query related to page 33 on the supplemental pack, that takes me to the MOU and Constitution.
Dawn, you're muted, so we can't hear the words coming out of your mouth.
It might be a good thing. It's on the, I just made reference to it. It's on the actual report, not the big supplementary report. So it's on the 66-page report, and it's on page, let's see, 34. So the EU requirements on page 34, it's towards the bottom where it says, during the summer months, there's an adequate supply and circulation of high quality irrigation water. Water quality has improved and meets all EU requirements. And then the other one was page 43, which it talks about on 5.1. It talks about the enhanced program tolerance up to 2,000, and then 5,000, 500,000 has been crossed out, and there's 200,000 on the report. And then again, on the third point, it does the same thing.
Okay, thank you for spotting those, David.
Yeah, thank you for the clarification. On your first point, which relates to the vision for the Somerset levels and moors, I have to confess that was that is a vision that was prepared around 2014 during the period of the floods, and that has never actually been revisited. It's probably because of the complications of the levels and moors, it's a bigger job than you would might think to refresh that level, that vision, and get a consensus. So it's not been done through us, but we can definitely look at that and update it to make sure there's no reference to the EU. On the final point, the later page of 5.1, the reason for the change to the tolerances is generally, as the SRA, we carry a contingency of around 500,000. And on reflection, effectively the chair and vice chair between meetings could effectively allocate the full amount of our contingency. As unlikely as that is to happen, felt that it was just better to change the tolerance to a level that probably made a bit more sense and avoided the risk of spending our whole contingency in one go.
Just to add a bit of context to that, the only time that I'm aware of that I and the Vice Chair, in consultation with David, have authorised a particular expenditure was last year. It was 17,000 and something pounds. And there was a lot of pushback on that from parishes other than the one that got the 17,500 pounds. So we probably wouldn't do it again. Unlikely that we're going to use that tolerance of 200,000, but it's useful to have it there.
Okay, thank you for those.
Thank you very much.
Questions and responses. Not seeing anybody else indicating. So if we move to the recommendation to Somerset Council continue in the role of host authority and accountable body for the Somerset Rivers Authority for the financial year 25-26. To review the revised 25-26 local memorandum of understanding and constitution as set out in Appendix 1, and authorise the lead member for public health, climate change and environment to sign this on behalf of the council. To review the proposed SRA budget and SRA enhanced programme for 25-26 in Appendix 2 in accordance with the recommendations to be considered by the SRA board at its meeting on the 7th of March 25, subject to full council confirming the raising of the SRA's 25-26 shadow precept on the 5th of March 25, to the release of funding committed from all sources in 25-26 for the purposes of the SRA set out in Appendix 2, that the detailed management of the 25-26 SRA budget and enhanced programme within the control total allocated to the SRA is undertaken in accordance with the constitutional, financial regulations and decision-making arrangements of Somerset Council as an accountable body. Do I see a proposer for that? Councillor Wilkins. Do I see a seconder? Councillor Rigby. All those in favour, please. All those against? We have clearly carried that. Colleagues, thank you very much for your contribution and indulgence. First of all, thank you very much, David and Mike, for coming and presenting on the SRA. To appreciate the work the SRA does for many of our communities in Somerset. Colleagues, thank you very much for all of your forbearance. Today, we're only an hour over schedule at the end, but I do appreciate we've gone into some considerable detail on some areas, and it would be so excited to learn that our next meeting is next month. However, that is on Monday. So it's Monday, the 3rd of March, and it will be once again here in the Lutthall Room at County Hall, Taunton. That concluding our business, I declare the meeting closed. Thank you very much.